What is up with the webcam? It appears to be frozen. Alright, I gotta try to figure out what's up with the webcam. It's just frozen. Well, that's weird. Oh. Alright, that's better, yes. Okay, finally, how's everybody doing? Sarah Ventus, how you guys? Yeah, no idea what was going on with that. It was just, like, frozen. Alright, we're gonna start powering through this shit. I don't think there's a ton left. Oh yeah, this will be a fun fight. I don't think we've been able to use Mira before, just as a guest. Or maybe we have like once.
あなたは私に魂を売りますね。聞かないわ。
You gonna let her walk up to you like that?
なぜ？テイクオーバー、サタンソウル。あなたは私に魂を売りますね。
The fuck did she do?
聞かないなんて。テイクオーバー。食らいなさい。
That was cool. Just didn't do a ton of damage. I'm doing good. Feeling good. Thanks for asking.
Take over.
SoG! 急いで復活させろ！あのガキ、あのガキ、あのガキ、あのガキ、あのガキ、あのガキ！
ヘゼル様、今は戦闘中ですね。しばらくお待ちください。
どちらも再生お願いします。あのガキに代償を払っていただかなくては。
復活？余計なことを言ってはなりません、ラミー様。それは厄介ね。じゃあまずはここを壊した方がいいってことね。あなたにそれができますか？簡単よ。
Yeah, let's tell her everything about our operation so that she can destroy our ability to revive everyone. Oops.
どうやって？テイクオーバー。あなたがここに来るまでにこの触手みたいな悪魔全部支配下にしておいたの。悪魔を吸収する力だからあなたにはマクロが効かないというのですか？お互い様ね。悪魔であるあなたを吸収できれば私の勝ちだと思ったんだけど、私のテイクオーバー
Hey, Peter.
あなたに効かないみたいね。命令する。私のリミッターを解除せよ。
Yeah, I shouldn't have posted the Twitch link, but I did it out of habit. But I think we're gonna start moving to the different Twitch/YouTube stuff. But I haven't set it up for Twitch yet, so yeah, but that's what's going to be happening in the future. Stuff like this is going to be on YouTube, and then stuff like Call of Duty, Genshin, speedruns, stuff like that are all going to be on Twitch. Oh, go ahead. Thanks, Ventus. Painting is something that actually makes you kind of sore if you're not careful, which is really weird. Was not expecting that.
我らはゼレフ書の悪魔エーテリアス。人間の悪魔もどき我にかなうと思うな。
This might be a problem. God, she's powerful. Yeah, I might be dead. Oh, nope. Oh, I forgot I gained health. Oh, excellent. I'm glad you're not fucking useless just sitting there on the sidelines, Lizana. That move hurts a lot. Normally, I wouldn't like bullshit like that. We're like, oh, you just keep getting healed every turn because character. But Lizana's utterly useless if she's not doing that. So I actually don't see that as a bad way of utilizing a character that's off screen. It's just basically an invincible white mage, but you're kind of at the AI's mercy as to when it happens. Hey, Zod, how's it going? Retired detective, no, asked you to write a recommendation letter for him for law school. He hasn't worked for or with me, but I've heard testimony from him. Besides mentioning his testimony or clarity in reports, what else do you think I should mention? So, if you want to do it in a way that because, like, the issue is you don't want to make it seem like... You don't want to just be like, well, the only thing I know about him is in his testimony, he was great. But you could take qualities that you've seen out of him that would be applicable to law school and make it more general Like, for example, does he seem like he's very detail-oriented in his work? Because if it is, that's a big deal. Eloquent, make sure that, making sure that he's thorough. Charismatic. Persuasive. Like, these are all things you could just gather by seeing him in action, right? So those are a few things I think you could use and apply to a more... make it seem more broad than just those interactions. If you get what I'm saying. Yeah, so I mean, that's how I'd approach it. Definitely speak about some of your specific interactions, but like, in terms of if we just want to mention his good qualities, I think it could be said in a way where it doesn't seem like you're just restricting him to, just the testimonies or whatever. When is ever picture and audio not admissible in court? If they're obtained illegally. So if obtaining them violated a person's privacy laws, that depends on the state and local laws, because different states have different laws regarding that. Is it a public versus a private place? How many parties are consenting? Like, in Wisconsin, it's really weird. If you're in a public place... Well, it's not even that. I think it's just one party consent. I have to look at the exact wording again. One party has to have consent. Well, of course one party has consent if I'm the person who's taking the fucking video. Like, it's just like, what situation is like, one of the parties not consenting? Oh, okay. So this is the distinction. In Wisconsin, it is a criminal offense to use any device to record or share use communications, whether they are wire, oral, or electric, without the consent of at least one person taking part in the communication. So, like, as long as you are one of the people interacting in a conversation or whatever, based on what I just read, it's fine for you to record it. And I don't see anything, I'd have to look deeper, but just this by itself doesn't imply it has to be a private versus, like, a public versus a private place. But if you're not somebody who's involved in the conversation and you're recording it without their either, like, let's say that two people are having a conversation at a restaurant, you go up to them and start recording them. If they tell you to stop, you don't have consent. Or if they never consented to it, then you don't have the ability to take that legally, right? You actually have to be involved in the communication. The person in Nevada records someone being a carrier in California, but it's only 50 feet away because it's a border town. See, it's weird because I think jurisdiction would technically be, like, I think either jurisdiction could work, but I think what would happen is that California would say, well, it was our citizen, and they were doing it, you know, that our citizen was across our lines, so we want to press charges here. I think Nevada would be inclined to allow that to happen. Now, that's an interesting scenario. I would think that that person would be allowed to be charged in California, but I'd have to... That's something I'd have to look into a little more. Hey, RJ, what's up? And Nevada would probably extradite to California. Well, yeah, it's a criminal offense, so yeah, they'd extradite. Killed in a sports pose an opponent, be charged. So you're kind of... So there's a couple things. One, Tom's right. There's usually some kind of clause or waiver. However, there's no guarantee that either the clause or waiver will actually be enforceable. There's also what's called assumption of risk. Both of those things will depend entirely on what state you live in. Oh yeah, no problem, RJ. I feel you. I feel you. And X-Blood. Lurk away. But assumption of risk basically is what you're asking about. Death is bound to happen, or not necessarily bound to happen, but because of the circumstances, there is a chance of something like that happening. And so some states will say, well, you assume the risk because you know what you're doing. You're voluntarily putting yourself into that situation, even though there's a chance something like that could happen. But there's a problem. See, I think there's a problem with assumption of risk in its most basic form. As long as the state's being very clear about what they deem assumption of risk. If you are going onto private property, knowing something like that could happen, you are, and the chances of it happening are much higher than if you were anywhere else, then you're assuming some sort of risk. Because, like, if you don't have something like private property in there, well, any car accident in theory could be assumption, like, oh, well, you assume the risk that you get hit by a car if you were driving another car, because there are a lot of car accidents. Like, that's not a thing, right? So you have to make sure that you're very clear in communicating the boundaries of your assumption of risk. The sporting event areas are, I think, again, state-by-state basis, are usually assumed to have some sort of reasonable precaution to prevent injury like that. Because, like, what if you're in a hockey stadium and you have no plexiglass up to protect anybody? If somebody gets hurt and they signed a waiver, is that waiver going to help them? Even though the arena essentially did nothing to attempt to protect those people in the first few rows? Probably not. Probably not. Like Tom said too, if for the recording thing, if businesses specifically state that they're recording and you go in there, well, you know that they're recording, so you probably don't have a cause of action against their recording. Like, if you were to try to say, well, that security footage was illegally garnered. Well, if you knew they're recording going into it, you can't argue that. It was my first reaction when Natsu went overboard. Like, earlier in the anime. Probably had, like... That's some Goku vibes, I'd say. Yo, what's up, Mr. Dominguez? Oh, God, Peter. Cause of action, for sure. Correct. You are determining fault. Hey, Tolua. Hey, me too. But Sarah, I mean, this is the problem with your questions. Your questions tend to be too general. So if someone knew they were going to die, the other person who was involved won't be charged. Like, that's way too sweeping. You try to get these definitive answers, and I think you need to understand that most of these do not have definitive answers, and it depends on the circumstances. If somebody goes to fight in an MMA fight where it's sanctioned, and they know about a heart condition, and they know they might die from it, yeah, like Tom said, there's an assumption of risk. But if you're at a bar and somebody tries to fight you and you have to fight in self-defense, even though you have a heart condition and you die, yes, that person can still be charged. Like, those are why those situations are different, and you can't look at it so basically like that. Like, when you're asking these questions, you have to be more specific. Otherwise, you're just going to get a lot of very vague answers. Ambiguous at best. What timing? Like, unbelievable timing. Back up, defense down. Seems like now's the time to implement this.
クオーバー
魔眼解放。今すぐこの世から消滅させる。
テイクオーバー
我は我に命令する。目の前の敵を八つ裂きにせよ。
ミラネサポートするよ。
To be fair, and the reason this is happening is because we couldn't use Mira Jane earlier, so her whatchamacallit isn't built up, so we can't use the square attack yet. But I mean, like, that does happen, right? Where people will use the same attack in succession, especially if it's like a hand-to-hand sort of thing, where it's like you might follow it up with 3 fist swings of that type of power or something like that. But yeah, it does seem like just spamming for days. We don't even, yeah, we don't have enough MP to keep using that other shit. Like, our opponent's way less of a spammer than we are. Pretty sure Kyoka's dead. Well, that was a view.
リサーナ、すまなかった。操られていたとはいえ、お前を。
エルフ兄ちゃんが悪いんじゃないよ。それに助けに来てくれたじゃない。そうそう。それにこれからエルフマンは私の操り人形だしね。
Hey, Ballin, how things going with you? Hope you, Baha, and the Mini are all doing fantastic.
Huh?
Oh no, she's still alive. Okay. I thought we killed her.
フェイス計画は失敗し、エゼルとフランマルスが落とされました。
セイラとヘルズコアムだ。
そんな。ここはもうマスターを。
それはできぬ。マスターを蘇らすためには呪力が足りぬ。この魔力を消し去らねば END は復活できんのだよ。
その魔力を消すためのフェイス計画が失敗しているのです。
見えてないな。対局が見えておらんぞ、強化。それは点だ。一つの点に過ぎる。マルドギールは完全なる策略家。フェイスの崩壊も対極的に見れば点の一つ。何の問題もない。じきにこの世界の魔力は消え失せるであろう。
おっしゃっている意味が。
Okay, I love how the dude makes it seem like that was only one of many plans that I had in place. But it's not all separate plans, as you'll see. Well, you'll see. If they didn't know this from the beginning, this wouldn't be so amazing.
強化我々は何だ
ゼレフ書の悪魔エーテリアス
目的は
マスター END の復活とゼレフの元に帰ること
I've been exhausted like the past month, but finally got a lot of stuff done this weekend, the mini break, so finally feel caught up and not behind with stuff. So I'm getting that energy, those positive vibes back.
人間とは
虫以下の存在です
That sounds like a very Klingon like mantra. Today is a good day to die. Like, hey, we died in battle? Hey, GG's, dude. My spirit's gonna go off to Klingon heaven now, Stovakor. But if I have a heart attack and die, like, after a long life, I've brought shame to my family. And it's like, dude, what the fuck, man? Relax. I'd say you still did a lot of good in your life. I don't think you have to worry about that. But apparently that's their thing. Please do mail me some coffee. 'Cause our coffee around here is not very good. Like, it's bad. It's really bad when, like, Starbucks is, like, high tier in your area, right? I don't think anybody ever thinks well, nobody actually thinks that Starbucks is, like, complete garbage. Because it's not. It's just, like, it's like any fast food place. That stuff isn't it's not complete garbage. If it was complete garbage, they wouldn't be able to sell anything. It sells well because it's not necessarily fantastic, but it's not really offensively bad to anybody. So, I would argue that most people find Starbucks to be at least tolerable. But to me, that's our high tier in this area. Because either the place has good, like, a good base, good beans, but they always make their coffee way too hot. You know who you are. It's unfortunate, because if you get, like, I could get the coffee for myself and it's going to be way better. Or you have stuff that just isn't very good. Like, they're trying to be super different and it fails. Like, you tried, but I actually legit think Dunkin' is the best coffee place in like my area, my immediate area. Dunkin' has really good coffee. The problem is sometimes when I get a flavored latte, it's like they skimp on the flavor, and I'm like, well, I could have just gotten an iced coffee with cream and sugar and paid less. If you weren't gonna put that caramel syrup in there. Some people really do like McDonald's. I don't have it very often. I haven't had it in a while, so I can't really say anything, but I've heard that McDonald's across the board is consistently good. I mean, and that's the thing. Like, if you actually have good options, I completely understand why it would be your last option. You know, your last option if you're like, man, I'd really prefer X, Y, and Z, but the only place around here is Starbucks, and I really need some coffee, so that's the only reason I'm going. But again, like, you'll still go, right? That's kind of my point. Because I will tell you that if I find something truly repulsive, it doesn't matter how much I need it. That's not entirely true, but 99% of the cases. And literally the only time I would eat something I find repulsive is if I'm starving and I'm in a desert and that's the only thing around for another 80 miles. If something else is 30 miles away, I'll drive the extra half hour to get there or whatever. But otherwise, I would not. Like, I'm trying to think of something that absolutely repulses me. And there is something. Churches. I do not like Church's chicken. I can't stand it. I don't know why. I know a lot of people like it. I cannot stand it. If Church's was the only thing in your town, I would go to a gas station and buy food there. The only time I would ever have Church's is if, again, we were in a desert and the next restaurant was like 100 miles away and my stomach was like eating me from the inside out. Which sucks, right? Because we have the same issue. My wife usually has to get Starbucks because she wakes up at 4 to get to work. She leaves about 5, so it's around the same time that you're looking for coffee. In that circumstance, the only place she can go is Starbucks. And I'm like, local coffee places, like, shouldn't you guys be open early too? Like, isn't that the thing? I don't know. I don't know. The spices were at Church's? I'm not sure. I can't tell you. Like, there was one that opened in our city. It was a big deal too. Like 12 years ago, 10, 12 years ago, something like that. And I had it a couple times. And the first time was like, maybe I just got some, they're busy. Maybe they didn't put a ton of, they had to throw it together. Maybe the quality just wasn't very good. So then I went back when it wasn't very busy and it was still trash. I don't know. I'm surprised because, again, fast food places in general are supposed to be inoffensive. And I just can't stand Church's. Exactly. God, that's right. You guys are a healthcare, like, household in general, right? Has Mini Baja already determined which medical profession he will be getting into? I would not be eating fast food in that circumstance. I guess it's a nightmare in that I won't taste anything good for a long time, but I bet I'll lose some good weight. I mean, that's fair. Like, if both of my parents were attorneys, I wouldn't want to be an attorney. I'd probably be completely turned off by the idea. So I mean, I've always said, if I were good at math, I'd be an engineer, but I'm not, so I can't. If you are good at math, you should be an engineer of some sort, computer, electrical, software, whatever, or an accountant. At least start there, because you make great money for, like, your work-life balance is usually really good. Yeah, graveyard shift nurses have it tough because if they go in, if they're like 11 to 7 or 10 to 7, those coffee places are probably closed by then. But if you're a 12-hour or a 10-hour graveyard shift nurse, then coffee's always going to be available to you because you'll be able to get in before 9. That was weird. Did anything happen to stream? It seemed like my Windows just refreshed. Yeah, at least it's not a situation though where it's like, you know, like the suit dad that like they're not around and it's kind of their choice. Like they could work less, they just choose not to, as opposed to like he knows it's because his dad's out there saving lives. Where like that resentment probably won't be nearly as bad, right? Because you get a lot more empathy for what Baja's doing, even as a kid who's like, man, I wish my dad was around more. But at least I know that he's not around as much because he's a doctor and doctors have a lot of responsibilities, as opposed to, oh, my dad's just a lawyer who doesn't come home because he chose to stay at the office longer, where he could have done his work at home at least. You know, you can take your work home. Well, hopefully he'll get at least a brief reprieve soon. Yeah, having the one option would be bad. My wife said, so she's been on like every shift imaginable at some point. When she leaves the hospital at like, what was the weird shift that she had? She got off and it was like 5 or something like that. Maybe it was 6. And the only thing open in the area besides McDonald's is this like, I don't know if you guys have any of these around your areas, but they're basically like truck stop diners, but they're not truck stop diners. They're like a tier above, but they're basically the same in that they have this wide offering of stuff. None of it's very good, but you have a very wide variety. It's kind of like Sonic. Nothing at Sonic's really all that good, but nothing's terrible. So like they can go there and they have a bunch of different options. So the options will never get old, but none of it will ever be very good. I wonder if that's true purgatory. Oh, jeez. God forbid they try to rotate some other doctor in from another hospital that might be overstaffed for a little while, right? Instead, hey, why don't you just pick up their shifts? Accounting is getting automated. That is true. I have an entire friend group that are accountants. It's very strange. There's like 12 of us and 9 of them are accountants. And they all say the same thing, and yet they keep making increasingly more money. And I'm like, you can say that it's being automated, but I don't know. Seems to me like you're still doing pretty good. It's almost like that's just their fear, so they're trying to reverse jinx themselves. Why does everyone diss the notion when hobbies can be great jobs? It's generally because of the hobbies that are popular to chase. That's the problem. That and some people don't want their hobbies to be their jobs. KY is a big example of this. KY wanted to be an auto mechanic for a long time. Cars were his like passion. and then he decided he didn't want to be a mechanic because he thought it would ruin his car hobby. Now, what's interesting about that is that the hobby went away anyways without him even being like a car mechanic. So I think you should just do something you like and figure out. As a Libra, apparently that's one of our traits, is that we are very we prioritized you at least being able to enjoy your job to some degree. Yeah, exactly. The 10-page menu, and you're like, man, I've never had Whataburger. There is, normally nothing's ever overstaffed, but there's one hospital in the area in that network that apparently just gets like nobody. So they have nurses and doctors sometimes come down from there to my wife's hospital, which is like the busiest out of the network. But I could see that's definitely a luxury. But I think part of the reason it's a luxury is because they actually do hire enough people. I think a lot of networks understaff everything, and then that screws people over. Government worker mathematician, yeah, you're probably 8 to 4, and you're done. Hot sauce challenges? They seem fun. I like the idea of stuff like that. They can be fun to watch. I was gonna do one for a speedrun hot challenge, but the incentive didn't end up getting met. I still might do it at some point, though. To nuke them forever. I'm surprised those games ever even got made, TBH. Chinese food's terrible for you, though. At least the what we know in North America as Chinese food, which, you know, isn't really super authentic. A lot of that stuff's really bad for you because of like all the frying and whatnot. I visited her hospital once to bring her something for her birthday. Surprised her. I haven't done that again though, because oh my god, was it a pain to get to her area. There's so much stuff, like security and stuff that you have to get through, and I'm like, okay, so this is why they don't get a lot of visitors there. You know, I bet that's not an uncommon occurrence. Oh, that's funny though. You're like, yeah, I am real. So was our child, by the way.
貴様は人間を捕らえて遊んでいたな。マルドギールは不快に思う。虫けら以下の生物で遊ぶ部下の姿を。
心得ました。ご教授、ありがとうございます。
Thank you for taking a giant dump on me, Master.
対極的に見れば何の問題もないが、我が庭を怪我されるのは好かんな。アレグリアを使うか。アレグリア。侵食、生贄、死と再生、絶望と希望。 愚かな種族だ。このキューブ自体が巨大な監獄なのだ。プルトグリムの体内という名の。
So we're now inside Jabu Jabu.
Alegria を逃れた者が一人だけいるだろう。確率にして約10億分の1。なんたる強運。いや、冥府に一人残された強運か。
I'm pretty sure he pulled those odds out of his butt.
何これ？どうなっちゃったの？
タルタロスの諸君、アレグリアにより侵入者どもは一掃した。フェイス計画は予定通り進行している。
侵入者を一掃。それにフェイス計画はウェイティが阻止したはずじゃ。
だがどういうわけか、アレグリアを逃れた人間が一人残っているようだ。その人間を殺した兵に欠番の吸気門の称号を与えよう。吸気門が殺した場合はマルドギールが褒美を与える。以上。
なんかよくわからないけど、みんな無事だよね。信じるしか。
Oh god. Solo Lucy? Not feeling too strong about this. She have... Wait, does she have everything? Yeah, okay. At least she's equipped. Okay, looks like I can't just sneak around these guys, so let's... That's a lot of dudes! Bruh. Let's heal up immediately. Yeah, she generally works. Does she usually work 12 hours? Well, that's right. You said she picks up a lot of overtime. What's like her actual shift though? To like midnight? I tend to think that Baja and I was just gonna say, if I had to put up with what Baja probably has to put up at work, I'd probably be more like Baja too. To be completely honest, I'm like I don't fault him at all. At least, like, for us, like, attorneys, we can kind of be jerks when people, like, need to be, like, put in place, and it's really never going to negatively affect us. As a doctor, some doctors are still like that, but they generally get a very negative response from patients and coworkers. So, like, I feel like it's more important to not be like that. Whereas here, it's like, kind of expected to be a jerk. Although I'm not. I try to be everything that I'm not supposed to be as an attorney because I despise the stereotypes. I agree. I couldn't do it. I was thinking about becoming a psychiatrist when I was a lot younger, until I realized that you had to go through medical school, and I'm like, nope, won't be able to do that. I am not that dude that can get through that. So 2 to midnight, and then she just stays later. Which is interesting, because you think they'd be the ones that are, like, always inundated with everything. And so I would assume that gets stressful. Whereas, like, with surgeons, you're doing something very particular, right? Very highly skill-oriented. But, like, don't you generally get a lot more time to plan it out and make sure that, you know, not everything is so reactionary, like in the ER? I don't know. Maybe that's just something where it's counterintuitive as to what you might think is the case. The pretentious and condescending binge drinking attorney who works until 3 a.m. because the partner gave them a new project and closed business. You know what's really funny, or maybe not so funny, is I'm actually still the first part of that. But the reason I stay up till 3 is because I'm not doing more work from like 10 to 3 after I had dinner and had a little bit of family time. Is because I'm streaming. So at least that part that I do is fun. Can you... Thank you. Okay, I was gonna say that is... What am I getting ready for?
なんやあの時の女ちょうどええ借りは返させてもらう
私だけでもやらなきゃ
Okay, Lucy.
火の玉も青猫も死んだ
I really like Lucy, but she ain't soloing any of this.
このイラつきを収めるにはお前しか残ってないんや
こんなところで終われない
Now it's a little less spammy because she has like more stuff at her disposal. Well, he's weak to Ares. That's good to know. Ha 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 ha! You shall die a horrible death. I feel him there. Like, the only other attorneys that I've met, or like prospective attorneys that I've met that are nerds, are people I meet on here. That's and my business partner, like the only other super nerd attorney in the entire area, and I just happened to end up being matched up with him. Although it's probably because of the neighborhood that I was living in at the time, and where he had opened up his business with another guy who ended up leaving. Wait, where is... Oh, can I only use Ares in the... I see.
開け砲兵級の扉アクエリアス
Oh, for sure. The problem is that you have to make sure that you don't come on too strong, because I will tell you that happened to me like in reverse. When I worked at when I was working at a grocery store when I was in college, there was a new girl that came in, and one time she just like brought in, she had like a box of magic cards, I guess because she was going into work. Or she was going to play with friends or something after a tournament. She didn't have like a car, so she couldn't just keep them in the car. So she brought them in with her stuff. And I'm like, oh, you play Magic? That's really cool. I play Magic too. It's like, oh, I didn't know that. Didn't expect that. It's pretty hype. After that, she like would not shut up to me about it every time I saw her. And I'm like, okay, I enjoy having these talks with you, but we can't talk about only this. Let's reel it back a little bit. Just enjoy it, not kill it for ourselves. Oh, D&D stuff? Yeah, I'd see that. No, it's a possum. Pretty good. He's down. Oh, apparently it was all a part of his plan. God, that's so annoying. I hate when that happens.
絶対に負けられない。みんなを助けるまでは。
I enjoyed it until that last case. That last case, it was absolutely terrible. Whoa. See, so I've actually gotten the impression that it's not that people try to hide it, more so than like, I mean, how often are you gonna bring up stuff that like you don't know if anybody else is gonna like? Unless you're wearing like, say, a shirt or something like that. But like in a situation with attorneys, for example, they're never gonna see me wear, just take this for example, my Nathan Pike shirt. They're not gonna know that I'm into his illustrations and comics and stuff. Unless they saw me wear this shirt, but they don't see me wear, the shirt, or maybe they would have to see me bring in the book with me or something like that. It's just like, I don't think anybody wants to be the person who goes around and is like, hey, so you like blank? And they're like, no. And you're like, oh, well, my heart's broken, thanks. Because, like, I feel like I don't hide any. I hid that I played Magic and liked anime from one person. That was my wife. When we first started dating, because I was like, I don't know if she's gonna judge me for this. But it became pretty obvious very quickly, because that's a hard thing to hide from your girlfriend. But even though she doesn't like anime, she didn't, it wasn't a deal breaker, so that's all good. Spinach puffs? Is it like, are those like pastries or something? Like little bread things? Why is one of her spells just a kick? It's a meme even in the show. It's not magic, right? That should literally just be her base attack. That now, see, I like that. That's a low-key way of doing it, where you quote something where that if they don't know what it is, they might just see that as like a generic line that somebody said, right? But if they know, then you hit jackpot, and I think that's like one of the best ways to do it. I do that on here sometimes, not because I don't want to talk about like interest, but I'll quote something from a show and I'll see if anybody gets the reference, and then I'll fanboy over it for a while. I try to do that a lot with Arrested Development. He's talking about Edgeworth when he's talking about Hamilton, Tom. Yeah, I watched it on Saturday, actually. See, that's a point. That's a point where I'd just be like, "Yo, what's up, Mr. or Mrs. Whatever?" Right? You're just like wearing your Pokemon shirt, like, "What's up?" They might initially give you a strange look, but like you're being so charismatic about it that who cares? Or they might be like, "Wow, I like Pokemon too," and he like opens his shirt and there's a picture of Cubone. I haven't looked at them. I saw that you posted, but I didn't have a chance to look at them though. Ooh, speaking of things that references that I would not get because I need to watch Mask of the Phantasm. The first time I watched it was when I was really young. With my grandmother, I think, got the VHS, and I did not like it. I bet if I watched it again, my opinion would change completely, because I think the biggest reason I was turned off by it is because I didn't know who the Phantasm, like I didn't know who the villain was. I had no idea who that dude was. I was like, oh, it's not Catwoman or Poison Ivy or Penguin or Two-Face or Joker. Who cares? That's really stupid, right? Even though, wait, isn't Joker in that movie? This Joker's in like every movie. But yeah, I definitely think if that's that's a movie where if I watched it again, I'd probably have a much higher opinion of it now because I just look at things differently.
大事なのは思い出か鍵か罪悪感か違うだろ。仲間を救う力だ。精霊魔導士としての力だ。私の初めての友達。やるんだ。私の鍵を壊せ。私アクエリアスが大好き。やれルーシー。今まで世話になった。ありがと
う。さて、古き友。
精霊王か。
I wanted to give that scene the respect it deserved. That is actually a really, really well done scene in the anime. It gets you a little choked up because their relationship's really complex. The thing that makes it a little less emotional, though, and why you don't just full out bawl into ugly cry, is because they make it a big deal like, oh, you're sacrificing her. Not really, because Aquarius still exists in the celestial world. It's just that Lucy doesn't have the key to summon her here anymore. So she might not ever see her again. But it's not like she killed her. She just prevented her gate from ever opening again until a new key is made.
名誉。まさか精霊王を召喚できる者がいたとはね。
相も変わらずその本を抱える姿実にふさわしい。
これは END の魂タルタロスそのものだ。
何を企む冥府の王。
察しはついているだろう。我々は END を復活させゼレフの元に帰る。
そんなことのために古き友は傷つき倒れているのか。
そうだ。
そんなことのために古き友は涙を流しているのか。
Yes, I thought I made that clear. It's all related, yes.
古き友の覚悟と契約により友の敵を駆逐する。
来い。
よう貴様を許さん。
Is that where Optimus Prime went? Yes. He's still alive there.
何をしたって言うんや我々のアマーバク。何
Like,
水のバリアアクエリアス。
not really. Oh, wait, isn't it?
がみなぎってくる。
アクエリアスの魔力
Ah,
古き友の力を
That's
解
right.
いた。
精霊を。
さて古き友よ。
dog, you gifted her dirty clothes?
ありがとうございます。
Like, that stuff's already dirty. She just put it on.
今までありがとう。
Like, couldn't she be dirty, but the clothes not be dirty?
よし。
死ね死ね死ね死ね。たくさん死。
スタートです。はあ。行くわよ。これで決める。いっけー。
爆破と。
The star dresses were a really, really good addition for Lucy to help out the power creep from the other characters, where Lucy was kind of tapped out by then. It just made her seem less reliant than on someone else doing the work, which is a big problem for Celestial Wizards.
スタートです。はあ。行くわよ。
Gently used. Yo, what's up, Creed? Long time no see, dude. I just gain health and MP every round with this? Oh my god. So this is really like her Dragon Force now. Okay, that's cool. Oh wait, I was supposed to finish there. Oh wait, no, I get an extra one? Oh, because I'm using Lucy, that's right. I think I can go up to 10 actually. Eat my pink cloud. And then a random explosion at the end. Good stuff, Lucy. At that moment, yeah, right? I love how he plays off the nose hair as a mustache, though. He's like, ha 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 ha. Yes, this is just a mustache, not growing directly from my nose. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I can't breathe through my nose. Oh god. God. This move is so cool, but it just gets ruined. Fatality. For those that are wondering, no, there is no good reason why Gemini or the other Lucy had just a bathing suit on. No good reason other than fan service.
全方面攻撃。近くにいる召喚者まで殺すつもりか。
Yeah, doesn't Natsu call him like Mustache Man too or something? Why don't I like that? 'Cause I really don't like fan service for the sake of fan service. And that's like my biggest complaint about this show. I like this show a lot. I'm a big fan of Fairy Tail. I hate what they do with fan service. See,
精霊マルドギールを足止めするつもりか。この恨み人間どもに向けられるということを忘れるな。
all right, Edgelord, relax. Well, this really sucks. Is that... Do they actually stick with that rule, though? Because I could have sworn they copied her before when she did not have... Like, it should have switched to something else, and then it didn't. So, what? They can only copy her in a swimsuit, and why was she in a swimsuit? There's no really good reason for that, either. Alright, later, Tom. You can have good fan service and it not be, like, very... I think Genshin has really good fan service with it not being over the top or just a bunch of perverted old dudes that want to make girls with gigantic boobs that they couldn't possibly walk around with. And also under the age of 18. Right, but that wasn't the last time that she summoned her, I think, in between then and now. And, like, the whole logic behind that doesn't make sense because that logic would imply that they are always only going to be one. Because they're only ever copying her and only having the one outfit from the first time they copied her. Because that's the outfit they always have every time they copy her. There is no good reason for why the swimsuit. There is none. Yeah, the entire anatomy is just like... somebody's really optimistic as to how that would work out for a human being. Oh, well, they're dead.
なんだか知らねえけど、助かったぞ、ルーシー。
一旦引くぞ。ギルドに戻って立て直す。
エルザ。
Maybe do some side quests.
よくやったルーシー。今は休め。
エルサメ、引いたか。アレグリアのおかげで水を差された。
Speaking of, like,
次こそは
why?
必ず決着をつけてやる。
Why is she wearing that? Like, I hate when it's like, if you're a demon and you don't care about that sort of thing, why are you wearing any clothes? It doesn't make any sense. If you're gonna do it, just go all the way. Don't make, like, that's such a stupid design. Twain, you just don't appreciate the art of fine fashion. It just so happens that the art of fine fashion reveals a lot of cleavage, but, I mean, if you had any taste, you'd know that.
状況を確認する。フェイスは起動したはずだが、我々はまだ魔法が使える。ウェンディが阻止してくれたようだ。だが、消息は不明。ウェンディ。タルタロスは墜落し、その破片はフィオーレ中に散らばっている。しかし、吸気門は未だ健在だ。我々は準備が整い次第、吸気門の討伐に当たる。
ここはあれ、私たち爆発して。
The game? I mean, the game doesn't touch on a lot of stuff. But I mean, yeah, for the, like, Minerva, what happened with Minerva, she lost to Urza at the Grand Magic Games, and, like, she became obsessed with beating her. So she left the guild. You know, her father was blown to pieces, so he wasn't around anymore. She left the guild and was offered a chance to become more powerful in order to defeat Urza. That's been like her one thing that she wants, like her singular goal in life right now. Which is why she traded her humanity to get the powers of demons. Hey Tara, how's it going? But this game leaves out a lot. But what I'm saying is that they're not even consistent with their reasoning. So like, you can give reasoning, but if you don't follow your own rules, does it matter at that point? No, I mean, you might as well have given no reasoning, because the reason you gave was worthless in the first place. I'd be pretty happy about that. We're not dead! I came here to tell you that it's not over yet. Yeah, like, there's a big problem. You only destroyed one of the faces. So, we're still kind of screwed. And that was Geer's whole thing, where he's like, haha, they destroyed Face, but it does not matter because I am so much of a genius that I have a plan that will make that irrelevant. Where really his plan was, oh, by the way, there was only one of them. Why not just, oh yeah, they destroyed one Face. Did I not tell you guys that there were like 24 more across the entirety of the continent? No! Hey, we're in the middle of this gigantic battle with this super evil guild that wants to remove all the magic from the world. There's like 80 faces out there that'll, you know, nuke the continent of magic. But hey, let's go enjoy some time at the guild. The guild doesn't even exist at this point because they blew it to smithereens. Lucy's actually pretty good right now. Who do I want? Who do I want? Okay, I want Urza. Yeah, I think I do want Lucy, but I also want Kagura and Sting? Juvia, maybe? That. These two are actually... these two are probably redundant, but they're both so powerful on their own that it's like, whatever. I do want Julia here. Alright, we'll give that a try. Alright, have a good night, Ballin. Take it easy. Tell Baha I hope his overtime wasn't too bad. can, Tara. I think she needs some parental guidance. And not from Urza. Oh, God, Natsu just looks so weird without the stupid scarf. Talk to Master when you're ready, but oh, hey, Jalal! Can I get Jalal on my party? Oh my God, please tell me I can get Jalal on my party.
実はこの町の周辺で闇ギルドが活動しているという情報が入った。俺はしばらくこの町を拠点に調査を続ける。何か気づいたことがあれば俺に教えてくれ。そうだ。
Remember, this thing is like hovering over the city. Everything should be dark and dreary right now. Well, yeah, whatever. What's that? Way to talk to...
Oh! ありがとう。
Not that I know of. I know we've talked about Zombies Ate My Neighbors, but I don't remember talking about Ghoul Patrol. Not really at this point. I would have to... Because, like, we have a playthrough of Zombies Ate My Neighbors that we just never finished. That's because we haven't wanted to go back to it yet. We might at some point, but I don't know. Although, this time we could try using that code that you were talking about, but I would see starting off at the beginning. We just hate dying and having to re-enter the password, and then we have none of our stuff. It's so annoying. Because we're not particularly good at the game.
Cardia 大聖堂の周りで怪しい目撃情報か。街の中に潜んで、あるいは街の中で何かの取引を。ともかくそれを手がかりにもう少し調査を進めてみる。有力な情報をありがとう。
Are you talking about that, the movie trailer?
ルーシー。まがまがしい。それはわからない。もちろん。無理に。
I just want Jalal on my party. Dark guilds suck, yeah. Go kill the mages. We got it. I'd have to get it for the Switch, wouldn't I? Do they have it on the Switch virtual, like the SNES virtual console? Keep doing that on accident. Oh, it is? Yeah, I might get it. I don't know. I'm not in any particular hurry to play it.
一見するとローグ文字を使った単言語術式に見えるけど、文法がぐちゃぐちゃ暗号化してあるんだ。待って、微妙に書き換えられた形跡がある。そっか、これは通行を許可する条件。隠蔽するって言っても関係者は通れなくちゃいけない。きっと必要に。
I remember it looking good, but I also don't remember really too much about it because I was doing some editing or something like that while I was watching it. So I need to watch it when I'm like not unfocused. But problem is that I'm always unfocused because I'm always doing multiple things at once. Guild arts? Probably for the same reason why they didn't use him in the anime too much. Because he's kinda too OP?
これラクリマ？なんか大事そうに置いてあるけど。
市販のじゃないね。見たことないよ、こんなの。
とりあえずジェラールに持って行ってみよう。
What do you mean it doesn't work? The game like locks or something? Yeah, I mean I do want to play the Paper Mario games. Specifically because I want to play Thousand Year Door. I'm not sure if I'm going to play any of them after a Thousand Year Door, but we'll see. It depends on how much I enjoy Thousand Year Door, because I'm honestly not expecting to like 64 that much from what I've seen of it. But I am expecting that the Thousand Year Door is going to be very good. So I'm going to get through at least to that point.
ジェラール、術式を解いた先で怪しいラクリマを見つけたの。
なんだって？見せてくれ。これはかなり前に発禁になったラクリマだ。あまりに強力な効果を持っていたために。
発禁ってことは違法なラクリマってこと？
この手のものは評議員が回収処分してる。それも完全ではない。裏世界ではまだ取引されることがあると聞く。こいつは俺が持ち帰ってもう少し調べてみる。協力ありがとう。
I better take it home and examine it.
ジェラールも気をつけてね。
ジェラール、どうした？うちのギルドに何か用なのか？
エルサか。実はこの辺りで活動しているある闇ギルドのアジトをついに突き止めたんだ。奴らはこの町で違法なラクリマを取引し収集しているらしい。何の目的があるのかは知らないが危険な存在だ。
町の中でだと？私たちフェアリーテイルがいるこの場所で 悪事を働こうなどと。
俺はこれから奴らの討伐に向かう。
ジェラール、私も一緒に行くぞ。見過ごしてはおけん。
エルサがそう言うと思った。
I think
それを期待してこのギルドに。
when Urza was gonna like ask him out and he said he had a fiance, I think that was like the most obvious lie in any work of fiction I've ever indulged in. Just a load of trash. I have a fiance. Yeah, right. Who travels the world with you fighting dark guilds? There's only two other people, and neither of them are with you.
ここだ。行くぞ。
あ
あ。なんだ？
お前たちがこの町で違法なラクリマ取引を行っていることは知っている。おとなしく投降しろ。
フェアリーテイルがいる限り、この町での悪事は許さん。
フェアリーテイルの？そりゃかえって都合がいい。
Based on what?
俺たちはフェアリーテイルにこっぴどくやられた元族の集まりなのよ。復讐するため強力なラクリマを集めてた。
So you should still
近
hear
々
us.
ギルドを襲撃するつもりだったが、ちょうどいい。まずはお前の首を土産代わりにもらうことにするぜ。
That's so brutal.
そんなことは。
そんなことはさせない。エルサ、フェアリーテイルは俺が守る。
ジェラール。
へえ、やろうども、やっちまえ。
さあ、行くわよ。
Enough of this.
よし。
Wow, since when has Lucy been the fastest person on the team?
四球の扉、レオ。
愛が精霊を強くする。レグレスインポスト。
And thank God, because Lizana's like the most boring character in the entire guild. Like, I love how the creator doesn't even like her character. It's like, oh man, I regret creating her. But she was so popular, I felt like I had to bring her back. But you can tell he doesn't like her because he never does anything of interest with her.
こんなところで。
口ほどにもないな。
Disgusting in terms of what? Like pervy?
100年早い。
俺はこいつらを評議員に引き渡してくれ。先に戻っていてくれ。
あ、そうだ、ジェラール。
どうした？何か気になることでもあったか？
いや、戦いの前にお前が言った言葉、フェアリーテイルを守ると言ってくれたこと。
Makarov would be up there.
嬉しかった。
さっきは
And Ichiya.
なってしまったな。ただ、俺の本心だ。
The difference is that Ichiya makes no qualms about it. You know what Ichiya is about. Master tries to pretend like he's not a pervy old man, and he is. So one of them tends to be a little more entertaining in a pitiful way than the other.
というのは俺のわがままかな。
勝手にしろ。だが少なくともお前の協力を拒む者はこのギルドにはいないだろう。
ありがとう。 これからもよろしく頼む。
Kiss me, damn it!
私もお前と一緒に戦えるならこれほど嬉しいことはない。
God, Urza's so pure of heart. I just love Urza so much. My favorite character. Alright. Game over. Game is over. We cannot lose. Because holy balls is Jalal good. I don't actually think he's that broken. He's just a sick character. Oh no, it's fuck. Nope. God, I have nothing else to put on him? Okay. Juvia's case is really interesting because she definitely does things that, like, no society would find savory, right? And she is disgusting in that way. But at the same time, like, there's also some part of it that's, like, wholesome in a really weird way. Like, she really does love him. And it's more than just some pervy obsession. I don't know, it's really hard to... Because, like, the wholesome, like, meaningful moments between Juvia and Gray are some of the best in the series. And I think it's probably because the show treats, like, the other pervy stuff like comedy. But I'd also understand if people are just like, I hate Juvia. Her character is only defined by Gray. And she's a fucking perv.
Yo.
What? Oh. Oh shit. Okay. Oh. Okay, that's gonna be a problem. We're gonna actually have to use, like, everybody. Ray. This team is nuts already. So I guess we should... Kagura... Jalal. Bum, bum, bum. Shelia. No, for the lulz, let's put Ichiya in here. Oh, jeez.
準備はいいな。これよりタルタロスギルドの落下地点へと向かう。夏、先方は任せたぞ。
ああ、今度こそ全員ぶっ飛ばしてやる。
You don't have to finish the bottle. You can always save that for later. Remember. Yeah, there's definitely a limit. I actually think the most annoying instance of this is probably Haplesai from Ranma. I absolutely despise that character. It's the same damn thing every time, and he gets all angry because he can't be a pervert. I'm like, you're a disgusting human being. The thing that sucks is that in terms of an antagonist to Ranma, he puts him through some of the most creative shit. But his character is just balls. His design itself is pervy, like, ugh. Yeah, he's the worst part of that show, 100%. Nah, his neck looks weird without the scarf. Build a bunker in the Arctic. I don't blame you. Roshi's also a bad one, yeah. Where it's like, dude, you're just kind of gross. But you can do it in a way where it's kind of funny, too. It just, again, it depends on how you present it. Well, that's just great. That's a sick attack. Well, I mean, that's part of it. Like, is alcohol bad? Yeah. Should you be really telling people what to do with their lives? No. As long as they're doing it, it's not like ruining your relationship with them or with the family or something like that. Adults can have some alcohol and it's not gonna be a big deal. It's when you become addicted that it's a problem. I get the, like, well, part of the issue then is that you might become addicted if you ever start in the first place, but, I mean, you have to have some autonomy in that instance. Well, yeah, the worst examples were made in the 90s, and I think that was just a thing, but I don't consider that an excuse for it. Still think it's disgusting. Hit him, jeez. Well, yeah, I think as a kid, it's not something that you really notice as much because you're not really focused on that sort of thing. It's like, okay, whatever, his nose is bleeding, he's messing around with Bulma. All right, get to the fighting. Get to the training. That's what I'm here for. You don't really see the problem behind it.
Yo.
I was just thinking about this earlier. What kind of dick do you have to be named Silver and then call your son Gray? Like, he's no Silver, but he is a little gray. Like, Gray is just a direct downgrade from Silver. If anything, wouldn't you want your son to be higher than you? Make him a higher metal. Platinum. This is my son, Platinum, or Diamond, or something. A lot of things that are more valuable than silver. Could just call him Gold. Like, man, he is such a dick.
こいつは俺がもらう。
何？
グレイ様。
消えた。
Like, nah, no shit. When did he get the power of teleportation?
グレーを信じるしか。我々は我々のなすべきことをやろう。ナツたちは先に進んでくれ。私たちは制御室を目指す。
ああ、任せとけ。
It is hard to separate the two. Like, because you want to be able to appreciate the good things that their character brings, but, like, the other part is so difficult to ignore. I mean, that's the problem with Haposai. He's an amazing antagonist for Ranma, but his perverted shit's just fucking annoying. We'll be going. Oh god, not this shit again.
最強の魔導士として生まれ変わったのだ。さあ、楽しもうぞ。
ミネル
テイクオーバー。サタンソウル。セイラ。
Oh no! That's supposed to be a surprise later.
殴っちゃおうか。
So yeah, Mira Jane absorbed that demon's soul. But you're not. We're not supposed to see that till the Alvarez arc. Harfum. There we go, some Ichiya fan service. Where those part of his pants didn't rip for some reason, even though they would rip just like the rest of his clothes.
殴っちゃおうか。来て。エルフマン。
姉ちゃんを守る。
What is this move called? God, makes him seem like he's a fucking drug addict. Okay, this is creepy.
Take over. Satan Soul. Sailor. 殴っちゃおうか。来て。エルフマン。
姉ちゃんを守る。
決戦。
ゼロ距離吸引。力のパルファム。マックスメーン。
God. I would say Ichiya sucks, but that's because I don't have him equipped with anything. It's not really his fault. What are you fighting for? Oh, and now Mira Jane's out of fucking... Oh, God. Oh, fantastic. Oh, she took care of it herself. Good. I wonder if that takes it from our inventory Because it's so, fuck you, AI. Take my shit.
Mamoru.
遊んでおやり。
テイクオーバーサタンソウル一人ミネルヴァ目を覚ませ。どう？かっこよかったね。
Trashy witch with anger issues. Which is really interesting because I really like her design. Like later on. It's just a matter of appearance because I don't find her trashy at all later. But yeah, now it's this dumbass outfit that makes no sense.
何の意味があるのかと分かっておるわ分かっておるだからそのため
Oh, no worries, Mr. Dominguez.
わらわを殺してくれわらは弱いから闇に落ちたもうこんな体で生きていけん頼むお前はお前だきっと帰りを待ってる人がいる忘れるな
これだから人間は生や死を語ることに悦を感じているのか醜いな
何者だ
やれやれ一掃したはずのゴミどもがまた湧き出したようだな精霊を余計なこと幸い少しは時間があるゴミを自ら片付けるくらいはな
Hey JB and Infernal, how you guys doing? I mean, she could be Ichiya's Mary Jane for sure. And Mike. She is all under boob. And Nick. Like all of Mega Man X? Like beyond just X1? Probably at some point, except for... No, I'll still probably play 5 at some point. I guess the problem with 5 is as a speedrun it's trash, but as a casual game it's still fine. I'll probably go through X6, because I do not want to play 7 and 8. I just do not like them. 7's just a drag and clunky, and 8 is everything's instant death. Ranting about onions and their bean burritos? Well, what was their opinion on it? Yes, they are. They are in a very strange... It's like she had plastic surgery and the surgeon didn't do the most fantastic job of putting them back. They didn't like it. They might just not be a fan of onions. I guess I'd have to go look at the conversation. If you just don't like onions, I get it. I'll put red onions in my burrito. I don't like raw onions though. So if I'm putting them in there, they're going to be like cooked in some way, fried or whatever.
ギルドに帰る この魔法の世界が終わるのだ。それもよかろう。止めはしない。
フェイスは破壊されたぞ。
一つだけな。
Yeah, I do plan on playing Command Mission because I've never played Command Mission before. So that you can consider that on the list definitely. I might even do that before playing, like, streaming the rest of the games. Because, like, the problem is that the other games aren't really that long. So I was thinking about doing them for Mega March, but I didn't know how I wanted to do them. I could have just done them like I did the Zero series. But, yeah, I don't know.
Elsa さん、ここに来るとき、いくつもの不気味な顔の像を見たよ。あれがフェイスなら、すごい数が地中から現れてる。
なんだと。
1時間。あと1時間で全てのフェイスが起動する。魔導パルス爆弾約3000機すべて。
3,000! Oh, that's a lot.
魔力を全て消滅させる。
バカな。
はったりだ。フェイスは遠隔操作ができない。3000機を同時に起動させることなど不可能。
But there's something the plot did not explain to you.
遠隔操作の権限を持っていると記憶している。
その議長は死んだ。
我がギルドにはネクロマンサーがいるのだよ。死人の議長を操り、管制室でフェイスを起動させている。
No, actually having the Necromancer makes a lot of sense.
エルザさん、言ってくれ。フェイスを止めるんだ。ここは俺たちに任せろ。お嬢やレクターたちを頼む。エルザさんなら安心だ。
It sets up another really emotional moment. Tartaros! The first time I watched the arc, I didn't dislike it, but I wasn't a huge fan. But in retrospect, there are a lot of really good parts of this arc.
この冥王を倒す人間が。
そうだ。
やれやれ。
Well, remember, don't drink just to drink. Or continue to drink just to, you know. Once you get a little buzz, I think, you know. Do I need to get fucked up?
あのシルバーってやつ、何考えてやがる。
夏、気をつけて。敵は9機もまだ強敵が残ってるはずよ。
Well, we all know that that's just the thing with villains, right? Not even anime villains, just all villains. They're so arrogant and prideful about their plan that they tell them everything they need to know. Like... crystallizes your butt hairs and heats up the tips so each of them are like tiny soldering irons. Oh my god. How do you even come up with this imagery? I don't think I could have thought of that if I tried my entire life. An anime world for 1 month? Where would I go? But it's just me? I don't gain any of their powers or anything like that? I guess I might for Fairy Tail. Maybe. Because they have Ether Nano. I don't know how my body would react if I actually encountered Ether Nano. Can't say for sure that I wouldn't be a magician. I don't know. Not Evangelion. We'll can cross that off the list. Not Dragon Ball, because that looks like the most boring place to live ever. Frieza did it, kind of, right? Because why would... Like, if I'm Frieza, I don't tell him how much time is left before the planet explodes. What's the benefit of telling Goku that? I guess I don't see it. I would just let him have to figure it out, and then when I know what's gonna happen, make my escape if necessary. But yeah, like, Vegeta didn't really do that. Lysol the mod. I'm here to clean up the poop. But if you, like, really want to mentally mess with him, at best then, wouldn't you say, planet's gonna explode at some point? When? You'll have to figure it out yourself. That is what would really fuck with him. There's only not a downside if you're as arrogant as Frieza is. Because the downside of telling him exactly how long is that Goku was not fighting at even his full strength. He stops fighting him because he got bored. And I was like, well, it's gonna explode. I'm better than you. Whatever, time for me to go. If you don't tell him when it's gonna explode, then that doesn't... You still risk him becoming bored with you because you're not strong as he is, but maybe the timeline operates a little differently then. So you're right in that there's no downside, but that's only if you are in Frieza's position, which is not a good position to be in because he was obviously wrong about how to evaluate Goku. Give him a math problem, right? Or a Sunderays.
Nakamaとはぐれちまったみてえだな。無事だといいんだが。あいつ、なんで俺だけ連れてきやがった。直接聞き出すしかねえな。
Hey, Dad.
さてと。あんた、俺のこと知ってるんだろ。
ああ、よく知ってる。
俺もな、あんたの顔、声、よく知ってる。知ってるが別人だ。てめえ何者なんだ？
なんとなくそんな気はしてんだろ。俺はお前の父親だ。
そんなはずはねえ！親父は死んだ！この目で見た！
俺の名はシルバーフルバスター。お前の父だ。
嘘だ！親父が生きてるはずがねえ！
やっぱりいいな。予想通りの顔だ。確かに父親であることは嘘じゃねえが、それは俺とは別の話。
どういうことだ？
俺はもっと大きな存在さ。お前にとって俺たちは戦う運命にある。
Hey, if I was killed and sent to another world and was reincarnated as a slime with consciousness, I'd still be hype. I just live out my life as a slime because I know I'm gonna die and go be something else later. That'd be sick.
戦う運命だと。
まずはどこから話せばいいかな。そうだな。この体について話そう。この体は器だ。たまたまそこにあった死体。タルタロスは全員ゼレフ書の悪魔なんだぜ。もちろん俺も本来の姿は人間じゃね
え。Yeah, it's a very boring place to live. I don't consider dying and coming back to life to be exciting, necessarily. The cities are also the blandest things I think I've ever seen in anime, as are the landscapes to that world. That entire world is just very bland looking. Hercule, Mr. Satan is the fucking like main yeah. I would personally call that boring or undesirable. When you're not dying and being revived, it's boring, and when you're dying and being revived, it's just more so undesirable. What are you talking about, Tara? What response? I did not use a sprayer to paint my fence. Yeah, dude. Live your slime life to the fullest. I'm gonna watch that show. It seems really interesting. It's on my queue. I've watched Dragon Ball. I still don't find that world to be very interesting. It is more interesting in Z, or in the original, than it is in Z. But like, I still don't find it so. I just find it to be bland. Oh yeah, I mean that's what I meant when I asked Sarah about what the stipulation was. Because I'm assuming that if I'm going as myself, that I'm myself. I don't have any powers or anything like that. So I'm just going as an everyday average person. And so that's how I would experience the world. And as an average everyday person, the Dragon Ball world's, you know. Now if I went into the world and was able to like duplicate somebody's powers, that's entirely different. I mean, I don't know anything about sprayers. This is something my wife wanted done, so I did it. That's what you do when you're married. No, I don't think I did see it. But I mean, if Nick wants me to look at it, he'll restate it. I don't think you have to do it for him. Once was enough for me. I'm not at that point yet.
しかし悪魔の姿ってのもいろいろ不便なこともあるんだわ。だから普段は人間の姿をしている。その人間の姿を選んでいる時にたまたま近くにいい死体があったからな。それ以来この体を使っているというわけだ。だがな、偶然手に入れたはずのこの体、それが俺とお前を引き合わせたのかもしれん。お前をこの手で殺せる日をどれだけ待ちわびたことだ。
ふざけんじゃねえぞこの野郎。人の親父の体を勝手に使って、こっちには恨む道理があっても恨まれる筋合いはねえっての。いや、ウルの一派を皆殺しにしねえと収まんねえ。ウルには10年も閉じ込められていた。俺の名はデリオラ。忘れてねえよな、グレイ。バカな。デリオラはウルが。そうだ、殺されたよ、10年。
This is also so dumb. Who's gonna believe that? We literally killed that thing already.
ヘルズコアという肉体再生機関があった。
本当にお前が
Like I didn't buy this for a second.
なんなら真の姿を見せてやろう。お前の両親。
Why would he come back as Silver? That'd be so stupid. They found his body? 10 years after the fact?
人間は悪魔には勝てない。俺に氷は効かねえ。お前の勝てる可能性は。
Damn, I wish I could just laugh and raise my attack and defense. Pick up rubble. What am I supposed to do with the rubble now? Oh, that's cool. They actually, whoever you pick for be on the team will actually have voice lines. They both do the same thing. They're just two different awesome moves. Oh, he retains Miskin's attacks? That's actually really sick. He is kind of powerful, actually. You just kill him? No, I don't want to use that yet.
Silver! これで瓦礫は拾えまい。大切なお仲間も氷漬けだ。もっと顔を歪ませろよ。もっと恐怖しろよ人間。わずかにでも勝てると思っていたのか。
That was smart. Your friends are frozen. You can't see who they are specifically because you could have picked anyone to be there and we didn't want to have to put their models encased in ice, so we just made these really solid blocks of ice. Well done, game. Well done, game. I'd go and reevaluate Darwin's evolution and try to make myself solid. What, with the slime thing? Isn't that only assuming that slimes either evolved from or evolved into humans? Although I suppose if you go far back enough, right, the chances of it being pretty high. You could go back to that point and then redo everything else so that you went on the right track. That's a lot of research. Captain Tsubassa's world. Sock him in the ding ding. I mean, do you think he's wearing a cup? I still need to finish Hunter x Hunter. I started watching like 3 episodes. I watched a little more of the old one and I don't like the old version. The new version seems better, but I still gotta finish it. I wouldn't want to be in Ouran School Host Club's world. If you don't have money, it's just this world. The only thing that's interesting about that world is if you're, I will say Rosaria Vampire would be a contender, because even as like an ordinary dude, you could end up being surrounded by very interesting girls that are like other types of monsters. Although I guess you'd also have to get lucky and be put into a school that you were never supposed to get put into. Maybe a Gundam world. Because even as a person with no power, you still might have the ability to pilot a Gundam.
きゃならねえ。お前を倒して仲間も救わなきゃならねえ。俺に氷は通じねえ。物理攻撃も封じた。感情論で勝てるほど甘くはねえ。まだ一つだけ手が残っている。アイスのシェル。はったりはよせ。それは自らの命と引き換えに相手を永久凍結させる魔法。自分の命を使う魔法だ。
Actually,
それに俺には氷の魔法は効かねえ。だったらこいつを食らう度胸はあるんだな。やれるはずがねえ。死ぬんだぞてめえ。よせ。俺の家族、そしてウルの敵。死んでほしくねえからあの時止めたの。俺の声は届かなかったのか。
ベレー様。
すまない。アイスのシェル。氷は効かねえ。アイスのシェル破れたり。すまないみんな。大事なことを忘れそうになっていた。俺は死なない。仲間の涙は見たくねえから。行くぜ氷馬の激光。
So, the ice shell, this is like by far the best use of it. Because like throughout the rest of the show, it's like the most like baiting, like it's so powerful. Everyone always gets intimidated by it, and then he never uses it. Never. So by this point, you think to yourself, well, this isn't going to change anything. It's going to change absolutely nothing. Level 10 crate. Well, that was something.
見事だ。くそ。気づかねえとでも思ってたのかよ。なんでだよ。くそ。あんたはデリオラじゃねえ。俺の親父だろ。とどめをさせ。ふざけんなよ。あんた俺の親父なんだろ。こんなところで何してんだよ。お前に殺されるのを待っていた。そうだ、俺はお前の父だった。だがもう人間じゃねえ。あくまでもね。死人だ。17年前にとっくに死んでいるんだ。ネクロマンサー、死体を操る呪法だ。俺は奴に拾われた実験のための死体だった。実験？死人をどこまで本物の生きた人間に近づかせるかの実験だった。何百もあった死体の一つに過ぎなかったが、俺はここまで生きた。いや、動いたというべきか。 全ては俺の家族を奪った悪魔どもに復讐するために。悪魔のギルドにいながらバレねえように各地の悪魔を葬っていった。周りの悪魔の力を弱め、いよいよ俺はタルタロスを壊滅させる計画に移る予定だった。だがそこでお前が生きてることを知った。その時気づいちまったんだ。俺の手は汚れすぎている。お前のために、ミカのために戦う資格なんかなかったんだと。
だから死ぬつもりだったと。
もう死人だ。終わるつもりだった。お前に全てを託して。
勝手なことを。俺は何も託されちゃ。
もう大丈夫だ。お前はもう大丈夫。ひどいことを言ったな。痛めつけもした。すまなかった。
すべては俺の悪夢を乗り越えさせるために。
俺のことは忘れていい。もうとっくに死んだ人間だ。
それでも俺の親父だ。
違う。息子を殴る父親などいるものか。
あんたは
もういい。早くとどめよ。
楽になりてえのかよ。
頼む。ミカのもとへ。迷うな。俺はフェイス計画にも手を貸した。元評議員も殺した。お前たちの敵だ。
ああ。たとえ血のつながった父親でもギルドの敵なら関係ねえんだ。そうやって俺たちはギルドを守ってきた。
それが人間だ。
俺はそれでもあんたを殺せねえ。くそ
それも人間だ。どの道を俺の体はそう長くは持たない。
親父、
いい男になったな、グレイ。お前は俺たちの誇りだ。
悪魔だけのギルドに悪魔を倒す魔導士が。
It flew off in a fit of joy.
死人？グレイ様のお父様が？そんな話。
Doesn't seem to be scuffed. So the big problem with this game is that they leave a lot of it out, and like in this situation, why isn't the dude voice acted?
あんたはそのグレーの女か。
いえ、そんな。もしかしてお父様？
What a guess!
時間がね、要件だけ伝える。目の前のドクロ、キースがフェイス起動の鍵だ。
What a fucking guess!
奴を倒せば議長は動けねえ。それで3000機のフェイスを止められる。
でもそれだとあなたも。
なんだよ、知ってたのか。それでもやるんだ、グレーのためにも。
お父様、聞こえますか？お父様。
By the way, he has telepathy.
もう声が聞こえない。やるしかないの。 当にグレイ様のためなの？
Yeah, they cut some corners that are like, you can't cut those corners. It becomes very noticeable. The combat's really fun. I think it looks good. Or I should say it looked better than I expected it to be. It's more appropriate. I can't say this looks good as I'm about to start playing Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrated. And this dude's like one of the best villains in the entire show. They don't give him a fucking voice?
あなたに人間同士の絆を切ることなんてできない。グレイ様の思いもお父様の思いもきっと届く。たとえ形が消えようと思いはずっと心に残る。それが人間の愛の力だって信じているから。ウォーターネクラ。
Oh yeah. Wait, I didn't even get to fight? Oh, come on! This is an emotional battle! This is a really good battle! And the game's like, you don't need to worry about that. Juvia is good enough where she could just fucking end him. Come on! This is like one of the best parts of the entire saga! Oh god. You force Juvia to get into this fight where the entire time she's not sure if she can bring herself to kill the dude because it would mean the end of her lover's would-be lover's father. And then she feels guilt afterwards. This was another thing that they did that was really good, because Gray was also starting to get kind of standing in place with everyone else moving forward with their power creep. He needed something else. And that was it, because that shit is baller. Oh yeah. Okay, here we go. Now we'll just tell the rest of what happened in between.
夏とガジルが9鬼門に挑むんだけど、相変わらずの2人でどっちが先に倒せるか競争して、負けた方は勝った方を称える歌を作るって約束をする。勝ったのはガジル、レビーちゃんと共に相手の得意とする水中戦でトラフザを破るんだ。でも
Oh my god!
テンペスターが迫る。絶体絶命。その危機を救ったのはグレイ。父シルバーから受け継いだデビルスレイヤーの力でテンペスターを一撃で倒しちゃったんだ。
さっき一旦止まったようだったが、また動き出しているようだ。
Have a good night, Mr. Dominguez. Gagiel and that dude fought underwater. Levy had to save Gagiel from drowning, so she had to like breathe into his mouth, which made it look like a really deep, passionate kiss. That was a moment that everybody was like, oh. And what did they do to that moment? Oh, they fought. They both teamed up and beat him underwater. GG's. I can't believe it. I can't. First they fuck up Juvia's fight, and then they do that in the Gaggio fight. You had a character model for Levy. Why didn't you at least do that scene? Oh my god.
とにかくフェイスの起動を止める。管制室の場所はわかるのかミネルヴァ。
これほどめちゃくちゃにされていてはさすがに。
起動まであと1時間もない。急ごう。よし。
I mean, I assume that's the same in any big city, right? Sure, they're like that here too. I just never bother.
ここが制御室か。元議長、今すぐフェイスを止めるんだ。
キース様のように器用には操れませんが、死者といえどある程度のマクロで動かすことができます。
Oh my god. So she's not even dead? But they allowed Mira Jane to... No, she can't use her... She couldn't use her Satan soul then. At least not her, not yet. Not until she has the thing's soul. Which she obviously doesn't.
元議長の権限があれば、3000機すべてのフェイスをこの場所から起動できる。お前ら。
what was even the point?
セイラ、ギリギリの呪力でよくやってくれた。
Now she's dead.
間もなく起動する。
教科様、残る9機門は教科様一人だけにございます。どうか我らの悲願、ゼレフ教のもとへの帰還を果たしてくださいませ。
ああ、そなたの魂と共に。 必ずフェイスを止める。ゼレフのために敵を滅する。なんだこれは。
I mean, I always thought Frieza's head looked like a sturdy helmet.
間違いねえ。アクノロギアだ。
I mean, I don't know. I expect that I could find anything and everything in a police report somewhere, because people are stupid, and then the police have to hear about it.
さすがに想定外だ。奴が来るとは強大な魔に釣られてきたか、それともゼレフを追ってきたのか。
ちょっと大丈夫？夏熱っ。ガジルも？ドラゴンスレイヤーがアクノロギアに反応してる？
そうか。奴の狙いは END を恐れている。復活の前に破壊しに来たというわけか。面白い。
夏、時が来たようだ。
イグニール。
お前なら必ず END に勝てると信じている。
イグニール、なんでイグニールの声が？
アクノロギアは俺が何とかしよう。 まですまなかったな夏。俺はずっとお前の中にいた。
Could have worded that better.
全てを語る時ではない。まずはアクノロギアを排除する。生きよ夏。
夢でも見てるの？
父ちゃん。
どうなってんだこりゃ。おいサラマンダー、あれがイグニールなのか。お前の体の中にいたってどういうことだ。
I mean, yeah, this is the anime. This isn't like some original story. Yeah, Facebook being down. Go get Mark Zuckerberg. It's like, okay, one, he's not the reason that happened. And two, shut the fuck I wouldn't have waited an hour to figure a different way around.
知るかよ。ずっと探してたのに。
Or is it their cat?
ふざけんな！イグニール！
バカが話は後と言ったろうに。
今言え！なんで急にいなくなった？しかも俺の体の中にいただと！ガジルやウェンディのドラゴンはどこだ？777年7月7日に何があったんだ？
夏、邪魔だ。
邪魔ってなんだよ！久しぶりに会ったのに言うセリフか！
言ったろう。積もる話は後だ。お前はお前の仕事をしろ。
仕事だ？
ギルドとかいうのに入っておるのだろう。俺が正式に依頼する。END の書を奪ってこい。
なんで俺がそんなことを？
お前にしかできないことだからだ。それに奴は今回の騒ぎの首謀者だ。それだけで戦う理由にもなるだろう。いいか、決して本を開くな。破壊することも許さん。奴から奪うのだ。
報酬は？
何？
当たり前だろ。ギルドで働いてんだぞ。
お前の知りたいことすべてだ。
引き受けた。
Shrewd negotiator. What are you gonna pay me?
ああ、絶対約束守れよ。もうどこにも行くなよ。
お
う。約束だからな。燃えてきたー。
闇の翼アクノロギ
ア。It does say AND.
イグ
Yes.
ニール。このマルドギールの計画を邪魔させるわけにはいかんぞ。策は過失修正された。滅びるのは貴様らだ。忘れられし種族よ。強化、聞こえているか？
マルドギール様。
ドラゴンが厄介だ。フェイスの発動を早めることにする。今は制御室にいるな。
はい。しかしキースもセイラもやられ、議長を動かせる者がいません。
案ずるな。起動している段階ならば発動を早めることは貴様でも可能だ。制御室の中央メインラクリマ、それに貴様自身が生体リンクするのだ。
生体リンク？
貴様自身がフェイス発動キーとなることでフェイスの発動を早めることができる。フェイスさえ発動すれば魔導士の無力化は無論、予想ではドラゴンの生命力も奪える。そしてマスター END が復活する。我々の勝ちだ。
Do it.
さあやるんだ。
Do it.
マルドギール様、こんな膨大な魔力と こなたの呪力を生体リンクさせたらこなたは死にます。
それがどうした？死を恐れるのか？
いいえ、タルタロスの悲願成就のためならこの命少しも惜しくはありません。
全ては
ゼレフのために。生体リンク完了。今コナタはフェイスの発動装置と一つになった。
Also, my appearance changed for some reason.
何のために？
あいつ合体したの。
フェイスの発動を早めるためか。
単純な構図になったな。コナタを殺せばフェイスが止まる。フェイスが発動した後コナタも死ぬがな。大した自信だな。自分が負けることは想像していないというわけか。いかにもそなたはまだ知るまい。吸気霊聖典強化、真の姿、エーテリアスフォーム。そなたにコナタは倒せない。コナタの呪力は今日力を増している。時間ごとに無限に力を増す悪夢。食らうと早く蹴りをつけねば厄介だな。急ぐぞエルザ。
Oh, I thought she killed her.
分かってる。決戦。セイラの力を使うと愉快。
食らいなさい。どんな手を使ってでも家族を守ってみせる。
ねウィルフリーデルスエルカンティアヤグドリゴーラ。
痛み止めのパルファム。
コナタは人間の痛覚を強化するのだ。
テイクオーバー。サタンソウルセイラ。殴っちゃおっか。来てエルフマン。
姉ちゃんを守る。
Not gonna lie, Underboob's pretty hot. Oh, we could have unison raided? Ah, shit.
テイクオーバー。
I should heal somebody. I don't really know who to heal. I guess there is. It's because she's going hard after Urza. Wow. Dude. I don't lie, she's pretty strong. Should I revive Minerva? No, I'm just gonna fucking... She just creepily walks up.
そなたの痛覚をむき出しにした。それは風が吹くだけで体中に激痛が走る。
That brings new meaning to like a stiff breeze would knock you out.
思い出すよな、エルザ。あの地下拷問部屋を。やめろー！ここまでなのか。あのエルザが破れるのか。じきにこの世を去るこなたの最後の災難だ。もっと絶望しろよ、エルザ。まずは視覚を奪う。次は触覚、味覚、嗅覚、そして聴覚。これがこの世で聞く最後の言葉だ。これが完全勝利だ。我が魂尽きようとも人間どもに未来はない。そなたは殺さん。死より辛い地獄を味わうがよ。このまま冥王様の人形にしてやろう。毎日毎日ゆっくり時間をかけて心と体を一部ずつもぎ取られていくだろう。
Who wants to tell her that the dude's dead?
ほら、嬉しいだろう。嬉しいですって言ってみろよ。
Well, she's talking about Marred Geer, but he's not the one that reanimates people.
何を奪われようと、私の道を照らす光は誰にも奪えない。ありえん。何も見えなくて、何も聞こえなくて、私の中に光がある。
How did she know when to talk then? She should have like interrupted her then, because she has no idea.
恐れることはない。これ式のことは痛みのうちに入らん。究極の痛みと
It's like, wow, yeah, I hope you hit the enemy because you could accidentally slash Mirajane.
聞いてないのか。2角、9角、そして超角。ただこの剣を振るうのみ。よし。
Oh, this is actually a cool fight. Like, they didn't really do anything extra, but it was a neat little, like, she's blind, so we can't just make it a normal battle. You have to be able to make it so that she can see her. Okay, so she's one of these three things. Oof. Yeah, I don't... Okay. It is interesting though, they balance it out with like now she doesn't use any of her like super strong attacks. Which like just let her use it. That's what made her difficult. Doesn't make sense that she would suddenly stop. Damn! That's a lot of talking from someone who's about to die to a human. That was cool. That was neat. That was neat.
ありえん。五感すべてを封じたのだぞ。さらに我が呪力にて数角こなたの姿は見えてないはず。こなたの声は聞こえてないはず。なぜこなたの場所が
六感七感としか言いようがない。
五感すべてを奪われたことで逆に別の感覚が発現したというのですか。もっと簡単に説明できるよ。エルザだから。納得。
We can't explain this. Well, let me do it for you. She's Urza. Ah. When do you go take her sword and saw that woman's head off? Yeah, what the fuck were you doing, Mira Jane? Just standing there the whole time?
何者か。
俺はイグニールの息子だ。
ドラゴン子だと。
その本はもらう。フェイスも止める。
You have his eyes.
だからお前をぶっ倒す。
あまり調子に乗られるのも気に食わんな、人間よ。マルドギールが邪魔だと思っているのはドラゴン、お前ではない。消えよ、ドラゴンの子よ。
くそ。スティング、ログ、ナッサー、一緒に戦おうぜ。
3人なら奴を倒せる。
それは明暗だ。だが断る。
何？
これはイグニールから頼まれた仕事だ。俺一人でやる。
They hate Urza? I don't get that. Urza's my favorite character in this entire game. She's fucking awesome. Frosh I don't like though. Frosh is annoying.
ふざけんなよ、こんな時に。
じゃあこうしようぜ。俺たち総竜とナツさん、どっちが先にあいつを倒すか勝負だ。何？先にはやらせねえ。やらせねえぞ。
I have no healer! What am I gonna do?
空にドラゴンが2頭、目の前にドラゴンの子が3人。まだいる可能性もある。我が城を好き勝手に飛び回りよって。マルドギールは久しく忘れていた感情を思い出した。怒りだ。
よかったな。これで人間に追いついた。
まだドラゴンが生きていたとは深い。
おお、やっと口を開いたか、アクノロギア。
貴様を我が敵と認識、滅流する。
燃えてきたわい。
まずお前をぶっ倒す。そんでイグニールに全部話してもらうんだ。燃えてきたぞ。
Uh-oh. There's a chorus. You know what that means. Epic battle time.
Ibara. Ibara no sono.
God, this music's sick. It's fucking power metal.
Ibara. Ibara no sono.
I want us to all awaken. Nope, nope, didn't want to do that. Avis! With little that made them care? I mean, that just seems like a... I don't know. 'Cause I feel like Urza's character develops quite well. And I also don't buy the whole they're too powerful thing without talking about every single other character in the show. Like, that seems like a really, really bad argument if you're gonna ignore everyone else. Not you, them, obviously. I mean, that's just something that it's just something that happens with this show. So if it's a criticism, it has to be a criticism that's levied across all the characters, going above themselves. I'd argue that she's a better developed character than Natsu is. Of course, the justification behind Natsu's power is that, you know, he was taught by a dragon, which makes sense. But again, if we're talking about, like, who cares, that seems really, like, really bad logic. Sting's not there yet. We need to wait one more turn. Attack Sting, you douche! Oh. That move was sick. Well, that's the thing. Critical can be fine, but again, you need to be consistent in their criticism. Like, if you're going to talk about that with Urza, you literally need to, like, mention that about every single character. Because it's a big problem with the show in general. It's a problem if you don't like that sort of storytelling. But if you don't like that sort of storytelling, you shouldn't be watching this show. That's not for you. Because that's, like, really what this show is. How our friendship conquers all, Deus Ex Machina. Like, that's just the way it is. I don't mind critiquing. I'm obviously a very critical person myself. But when people are uneven and inconsistent with it, or it's, like, done pointlessly, I don't have very high opinions of those sort of individuals that do it, that go about it that way. And, like, if they don't like most of the characters, how do they still like the show? The show wouldn't be good at all if you didn't like the characters. It's a very character-driven show. Frosh's gunk under my boot. I agree. Frosh is just annoying. Like I don't find his shtick to be cute. I think so too. What the? Half the time it's like that follow-up doesn't even make sense within the context of what whatever statement he's following up on. Although he's not as bad as Lecter, who might be the worst character in the entire series. Not gonna lie, that's some awesomely condescending shit. In the middle of the fight, I'm gonna raise my throat and just sit on it lazily. That's my move for the turn. Okay, good. I was gonna say, they better all still be Dragon Forced up. Can you just continue to unison raid and then, yeah, I think so. I feel like I should just always be unison raiding. That was a good chunk. That was a good chunk. Oh, that attack is sick. Alright, later, Nick. Roach thinks so too! So what does that add? What does it add? Rogue having no, like, lacrima really is showing. The others are just way more powerful than he is. Him fighting me in a chair is pretty sick. But also, he's gonna die because of it. Maybe you shouldn't have fought me in a chair. You'd have a better chance. It was a part of my plan for you guys to kick my ass this entire time. They were holding out for it to be fun for them. So I can understand that. I didn't think the first like 20-some episodes were particularly good. But if they're talking about like Frosh and shit like that, that means they've gotten hundreds of episodes in. At that point, shouldn't she just give up? At that point, I feel like you're watching it just to criticize it. Which, I mean, if that's how you want to spend your time, that's fine, but that's a lot of episodes to watch just to criticize something. Actually, I should not talk. That's exactly what I did with Naruto. So, I get it. I take back everything I just said. I 100% get it. Although, I don't make a podcast talking about how much I hate Naruto.
まだエーテリアスフォームを出してないのだよ。
逃がしはせん。逃げもせんし逃がしもしない。
Like, Fairy Tail, I think, is 100%. If you like the friendship is magic sort of thing, you'll enjoy it. If you don't like it, you're not gonna like it at all, and you shouldn't watch it. But I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with liking or disliking that type of thing. I mean, I wouldn't subject you all to me talking about the same hatred for the same character over and over and over again. I feel like that'd get boring. I just think that, so like, I get their podcast and they want to make sure they cover something popular, right? But I think if you get to a point where all you're doing is criticizing it, people are going to stop caring because they're hearing the same thing over and over again over a long period of time, right? Because it's a long series. I don't know. Preference in how to run your contents. That wouldn't be the way I would do it. I would think that the audience would start to tune me out.
ここなら思い切り戦える。お前を倒すために俺は戦い。今貴様は破壊されるのだ。この我に。
Are we really gonna try to talk to him now?
おや言ってなかったかな。魔力が消えることで END の封印が解かれるのだよ。あの本か。今はあのような姿だが END はタルタロスのマスターにしてゼレフ書最強の悪 END が復活することで我々はゼレフの元に行ける。
ゲセンナ生きたければお前一人でも行けばいい。
ゼレフがなぜ我々を創造したのか考えてみたことはあるか。我が部下たちは誰一人として気づいていないがね。我々エーテリアスにはゼレフの元に帰るという強い脅迫観念のようなものがある。遺伝子レベルの命令なの。ゼレフの元に帰る。ゼレフに会いたい。ゼレフのために。これらの感情、これは全て一つの真実に帰結する。ゼレフは不老不死となった自らを呪い死にたいと願った。その願いの行き着いた先が自分を殺せる存在の創造。ゼレフを殺すために生まれし者。それがゼレフ書の悪夢。END はその最高傑作だ。だが何があったのか、こうして再び本に封じられてしまった。魔力があふれるアースランドにおいて絶対に解かれることのない封印によって。しかしその封印もフェイスによって大陸中の魔力が失われる時に解け END は復活する。 そしてゼレフを倒す。それが我々の願いであり、ゼレフの願いでもある。
ゼレフを倒すための戦い？
そんなよくわからねえことに人間を巻き込みやがって。
君たちは目的地まで歩く
ドゥ
とき、道端の雑草をわざわざ避けて歩くか。
Oh shit.
冥府に咲く監獄の花。
I hear a lot of people don't like Black Clover. It is on my list, though. I have not seen it, personally. But there are some stuff about the story, the characters that I hear that definitely gives me enough interest that I want to check it out. I mean, I don't know. It's there's gotta be something to it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be any good. Like, even though I hate Naruto, I get why people like it. I just don't personally like it. Or One Piece. I'm just not a pirate guy, so I'm never gonna... If I can't even stomach... Well, not stomach, but... If I can't even get into the setting of One Piece, what's the point of ever watching it? Doesn't mean I think it's bad. It just doesn't interest me. But Black Clover, on the other hand, very much so. Alright, later, Tara. I think it's weird that, like, if Geer was able to figure out that he's supposed to kill Zeref, how do they have no sense of who END is?
貴様、何者だ。
お前を倒すためにここに来たデビルスレイヤーだ。
デビルスレイヤー。
なんだそれは。
What is a Devil Slayer? I think you might just need to say it aloud again.
熱竜は竜を打ち、熱人が神を打つとすれば悪魔を倒す魔法だ。
Thank you to Rogue for putting 2 and 2 together.
これはシルバー。いずれ裏切ることは分かっている。それがこんな形になろうとはな。運命とは実に面白い。
アイスメイクフロア。グレイも来たし、イグニールのマフラーも戻ってきた。よっしゃ、本気でいっか。カリーのテッキー。
茨の園。花はいくらでも呼べるのだよ。冥府に咲く監獄の花。
Holy shit!
ナツさん、グレイさん、遅くなってすみません。
ウェンディ、大丈夫か？ボロボロじゃねえか。
私、決めたんです。もう諦めたり立ち止まったりしません。
ああ、俺たちは止まらねえ。ずっと進み続ける。前に。
人間が何人集まろうとマルドギールの敵ではない。
Actually gotta kind of use my buffs here. course, Natsu has no buffs.
そこだ 茨の園茨
3 turns? 4 turns? Why don't you just let him keep going until he kills me?
冥府に咲く監獄の花
That's funny. Maybe they should have done a little more research on that first. Which, I love the name Mavis, by the way. Trying to convince my wife to call her kid that. But I can't tell her it's from an anime. Mike. Somehow knew you'd feel me there. So what I'm trying to do is convince her that it's the long form of Maeve, which is a nickname that a couple characters in fiction have had recently, or like a full name, but like who is it? What's her face from the boys? I think her name's Maeve. Like, yeah, long name Mavis, you call her Maeve. That's cool, right? The boys, yeah. At least your wife wasn't like, Mike, Zelda is a boy's name? Why would I do that to my daughter? Although if she did, that'd be like the ultimate spousal troll I would respect. It's hypothetical. No, she's not pregnant. We actually had a talk today about like when we want to think about having kids. No, if I did, you guys would hear about it because I wouldn't be able to shut the fuck up about it. Also, I'm pretty sure the white shadow dragon thing doesn't happen till later. Here we go. 50 billion attacks. I guess that shows just how progressive Zelda Williams' wife was, mother was, right? When Robin was like, I'd really like to name her Zelda. Okay. Although to be fair, I don't think I ever would be able to turn down anything Robin Williams suggested either, because he'd probably do it in like the most amazing way. Yeah, yeah, those are all legit names, but like you mentioned, once video games get attached to them, then they think, oh, that's you want to name after a video game character. And I'm like, yeah, so? Does that make the name any less cool somehow? Apparently. That's a cool attack. Die. Not too great unison range. Oh, that's cool. That's neat. They still probably have the best one though. Actually, I might like Gray and Juvia's more, but this one's really cool. I know, he's really dead, but I just want to end his life as painfully as possible. I obliterated him.
その力、マルドギールの真の姿の前でも通用すると思っているのかね。400年ぶりに END が目覚めるのだ。マルドギールも目を覚まそうではないか。我が名はマルドギール・タルタロス。冥府の王にして絶対の悪魔。
So, I mean, I agree with you, but I think it's just a matter of that video games, anime, you know, they still carry a stigma to them, even though it's less so than like when I was younger. But something like Game of Thrones was considered cool by many, 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 many people, despite it being, you know, fantasy, whatever, because it was a show that was on HBO and was good until season 7. And now everybody regrets naming their kid Daenerys. It never carried the same stigma to it that the other mediums do. But I agree that it's bullshit. Zelda sounds like an old lady name? Okay, I know old lady names. Zelda doesn't sound like one of them. Agnes is an old lady name, or Agatha. A lot of them start with A, oddly enough. Your daughter triumphed where I could not. Hey, that's good. You always want your children to be able to go beyond you, right? And they did. That's awesome. I mean, Mavis is an old lady name insofar as it is a name you don't hear anymore. So the only people that would have it are old ladies. But I don't think of it that way because the only Mavis I've ever known well, I mean, she's like 200 years old or whatever, but she has the body of a 14-year-old and still has like a young adult mind. That's true. And besides, another thing Mavis has over Agatha or Agnes is that it has a cute nickname. Maeve is a cute nickname, and that I don't think that has any age attached to it. Whereas, what are you gonna call Agnes or Agatha? You just have to use their middle name. Aggie, I guess. That's probably the best, which isn't bad, but. This form reminds me of another anime character, but I can't think of who it is. Like it's like he's wearing armor. Well, I'm certainly glad you think so, Natsu, because I'm not entirely in agreement. See, I think he should be weak to the devil magic. Isn't that the point? Is that it's strong against the demons of the Book of Zareth? Why the fuck then wouldn't that be strong? Or why wouldn't he be weak to it? I'd just like to point out again that the soundtrack to this game is fucking awesome. Soundtrack to Fairy Tail in general is fucking awesome. To me, there isn't an anime with better music. At least in terms of, like, it does what it wants you, like, the hype, it brings the hype. It's sick. There isn't a lot of anime where I would just sit and listen to, like, the OST. This is definitely one of them. Because it's not too much different from, like, the normal power metal that I listen to. It just has this Celtic feel to it. Let me do my favorite move. Oh, that move's so cool. How is he still in his awakened state? But Natsu dropped it. Do they get one extra turn? It's kind of interesting. Ness is actually kind of a cute name, like a nickname, I guess. I just thought about it like Ness the character. You can't tell them that because otherwise suddenly Agnes is out too. But Tha does not work. Like, what's up, Tha? So the thing is that she hasn't actually been conscious for 200 years. And actually, I guess it's more like 120. So she was essentially frozen. She was allegedly dead. But it turned out that she couldn't die. So they put her body within crystal. And so she wasn't conscious during that time, at least from her body's perspective. She did have an astral projection, but apparently, I don't know, maybe when you're an astral projection, you don't, like, mature. Again, it's more young adult, because that happened to her when she was, like, what, 20-something? Oh yeah, she does. And were you like, oh yeah, she does. Oh yeah, it does not matter.
その歴史の中、END は魔法の新たな可能性を見出した。呪法。その力の源は呪い。恨み、妬み、憎しみ。その全ての負の感情が力となる。生命の本質に基づいた力。
くだらねえな。だったら魔法は未来を作る。
魔法に未来はない。呪法こそが全てにおいて上位の力。煉獄へ。これぞゼレフを滅するために編み出した究極の呪法。死の記憶。メメントモリ。不死なるゼレフを殺すには生と死という概念ごと破壊する。この呪法を受けた者には生も死もない。
Why don't you just do that right away?
消滅する。永遠に無となれ。
Arrogance, yeah, I know.
完成したぞ。究極の呪法メメントモリ。あとは END が復活すればあなたゼレフを破壊できる。バカな。半身が悪魔化している。シルバーの力か。我が究極の呪法を防いだというのか。未来を作るために俺にできることは夏を信じることだ。人間ごときにぐらい削り取ってやろう。貴様らの感情までも。
Oh, dude's absolutely a racist. We're talking about that hammerhead dude, right? That dude's a fucking jerk. Fuck that guy.
つ遅れてごめんなさい。
ルーシー、謝るとこじゃね
あいつを倒すんだ、みんなの力で。
今さら精霊魔導士が一人増えたところで何ができる。
え。バカにすんな。ルーシーは強えぞ。
Man, he has done a number on me. Oh, I can only do it to one per person? Oh, that's not great. I think it'd be better to just focus on attacking him. Yep, that's a problem. Alright, yeah, we just need to... I guess we gotta take care of that. Fucking flathead. She gets it. She gets it. What the fuck do I want to do here? Damn it!
これがタルタロスの向こう側の世界。茨の園。エアユグドラシル。
Good lord. Alright, fuck this. Oh, you can't heal Wendy because of her status ailment. I was wondering what the fuck was going on. Kinda sucks. Yeah, oh yeah, you're one of the good ones, which is such a backhanded compliment. I actually never understood that, why he was an elephant either. It seemed kind of strange. There we go. Alright, so Rogue and Lucy are ready to go. Natsu and Sting are not yet. Everyone defense up for some reason. But I'll take it. Okay, it's about time. But if that's the case, she should be naked. No, it's because the creators are fucking pervy. Like, Gemini could appear in this outfit, and it would be fine. Yeah, I never had the perception that Rivali was racist. At least not like Muzo or whatever. Just that he was one arrogant fucking guy. And it didn't matter who it was. It could be other birds. It didn't matter. He just thought he was better than everybody. Because the bikini is part of her body, I see. A salamander makes sense though, because doesn't a salamander represent fire? That's Natsu's nickname. The salamander, because of the fire. And I know I don't watch Rick and Morty. I don't think it's bad. I've never watched it. Much to the chagrin of many people, apparently. How have you not watched it? Yeah, well, you know. That's down. Awaken. Raise everybody's attack. No, I want to go with Rogue first. This attack also is sick. I love it. They really did stack Wendy with all the coolest fucking moves. I don't know, you look like you're kind of on fire. I don't think that's gonna go away anytime soon. Alright, we're good on MP, everyone. Let's... Dude, no, this whole banger is... This whole track has been a banger for like the past 30 minutes. Ah, shit. Alright, that's not good. This is essentially Supernova. Those status ailments are really annoying. Okay, Lucy did not get all of them. Good. They're so uniformed, yeah. Fuck! Had me waste Wendy's fucking Dragon Force because I have to do this bullshit. I guess at least Wendy didn't get controlled or whatever. I think it's... I'm not sure if it's confusion in this game or if it's something else, but... Or I can't act with her. Oh, that's bullshit! At least they're guarding. Oh, that's not great. Fuck this shit. Elephants represent flaccid. Yeah, I just don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, I get 2 attacks? Oh. Probably because I had this awakening the entire time. Damn it, Rogue! You are fucking worthless. Oh my god, might actually just have to let Rogue die. Because I need to heal Wendy before I heal Rogue. Wendy's like the linchpin of my team. Fortnite put Rick in the game? That's cool. I mean, like, I'm not a Fortnite guy, but, like, I guess the only issue I would have with that is they're doing, like, all these different characters, right? Don't you feel like the more characters they put in, the less special they kind of all feel? I don't know, maybe not. Maybe I'm looking too much into that. I don't even know what to do here. Rogue's sitting there like, thank you for the heal. And she's like, curse, lol. I feel like I've basically done no damage to him. For like the past 5 minutes. Like the health bar has not moved at all. No, start following. Oh, that's what you wanted to follow that up with? Wouldn't have wasted my time. Yikes. Wait, so you're telling me if I had won that fight there, but I only had one character left and they had like 20 HP, that burn still would have went off? That's horseshit. That is absolute horseshit. Dude just giggled. Okay, apparently that fall didn't hurt me. Oh, wait. There it is. There it is.
やったな。
いや、まだだ。END を破壊しなきゃ俺は。
そうだった。あの本取ってこいってイグニールに言われたんだった。
悪いが破壊する。
ふざけんなよてめえ。
ふざけてんのはどっちだよ。こいつがタルタロスを作った。そしてゼレフ署の悪魔の頂点にいるやつだ。破壊できるうちに破壊しておくべきだろう。
イグニールと約束したんだ。その本をよこせ。
断る。
なんだ、まさかフェイズが。
合わなかった。
そんな大陸中のフェイスが発動する。どうなるの？この大陸中の魔力が消える。
魔法の世界の終わりの時。
なんか力が抜け
I was gonna say, did she trip or
これはまだ
just
始まり
lose
です
her energy?
魔法の消滅はやがて無のエネルギーとなり END が復活する。最強のエーテリアスが復活するとき、人間どもには魔法という抗う術がなくなっている。
You did read that right. She has something to cushion her fall. Oh my god.
諦めるな、人間たちよ。
グランディーレ。
メタリカーだ。
死んだはずのバイスロギアの気配を感じる。スキアドラムもいるのか。
解放されしドラゴンが
They didn't make character models for them though.
こんな奇跡。
すげえ。
フェイスが次々に消えていく。ドラゴンたちが。
大陸中のフェイスを壊して
END の復活は阻止された。我々の勝利だ。
Epic, or it would have been if it were anything like the show.
ドラムもメタリカーナもグランディーネも皆ドラゴンスレイヤーの体内にいた。技術によって体内にて眠っていたというべきか。
そうだ。そういやそれ聞いてなかったぞ。なんで体の中にいたんだよ。俺は食った覚えはねえぞ。
それには2つの理由があった。
What? What did you say? Run that by me again?
アクノロギアのようにドラゴンスレイヤーの完全なる硫化を防ぐため。もう一つは
Ecologia, damn it, I'm trying to have a conversation here.
本を手に入れろ。
こいつのことだろう。END の勝負。
グレイ。
約束したんだ。必ず END を倒すと。消えた。
この本は僕のものだ。返してもらうよ。大事な本なんだ。僕は今日君と決着をつけるつもりでいたんだ。
ああ。
だがアクノロギアという邪魔が入った。彼がもう一度歴史を終わらせるのか、奇跡が起こるのか、僕にはわからない。
何言ってやがる。
もしもこの絶望的な状況を生き残れたら、 その時は僕がさらなる絶望を与えよう。
Junko Enoshima was a gigantic fan of Xerath. By the way.
夏、今のうちに言っておくことがある。
イグニール。
我々ドラゴンがドラゴンスレイヤーの体内にいたのには2つの理由があった。一つは話した通り、お前たちの硫化を防ぎ抗体を作るため。それによってお前たちは今後硫化する恐れはほぼなくなったと言っていい。今までいかなる時も姿を現さなかったのはこの抗体を作っていたからだ。そしてもう一つの理由は我々の負の遺産アクノロギアをこの手で倒すため気を伺っていた。
その話は後って言っただろ。待ってろイグニール、今火星に行くからな。
来てはならん。アクノロギア、やはり予想以上の強さ。巻き込まれるぞ。
構わねえ。俺とイグニールが組めば無敵なんだ。
俺はこの時を待っていた。アクノロギアをこの手で葬るこの瞬間を。
Oh! They did that off screen? By the way, you got fucked up. He sounds literally no different when he's dying from when he was fully alive. That's before all this shit happened. Also, he managed to take off one of Acnologia's arms, but sure, don't show that. Mike.
俺は
I know, right? Japanese, watching the subs is so superior. It's like, dude, like, yeah, the dude's voice is cool, but he literally did not change it at all between his emotional states. Oh yeah, let's just not give the other dragons voice actors. Especially Grandina, who, like, explains almost more than Igneal does. When fucking Gagio's dragon comes back, he looks at him and he's just like, man, You still ugly. He's like, that's all you have to say? Oh, man. The Telecana, man. That dude. The dragon has some humor. Also kind of an asshole.
泣くな夏。ほら、悲しい時はどうするんだ。教えただろう。
Okay, now you hear it a little bit. A little bit.
じゃあやってみろ。立ち上がるんだ。俺はずっとお前と一緒にいる。今までもこれからもずっとだ。
This time only figuratively, though.
もっと見せてくれ。お前の成長を、お前の生きる姿を。
ああ、俺はもっと生きていく。俺はもっと強くなる。俺がアクノロギアを倒してやるんだ。
そうだ。未来を語れ。それが生きる力だ。
ハッピー、貯金あといくらある？
And we're here now.
少ねえな。
金庫盗まれなかったらいっぱいあったのに、お魚10年分くらい。
まあ、なんとかなるか。
はい。
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just no voice. That's the same as the necromancer. Like, that interaction with Juvia is super fucking emotional. And, oh, they just didn't give that dude a voice, though. And, oh, by the way, Juvia just obliterates him without you ever having to even fight him because we didn't want to make a character model or a voice for him. Like, dude. This is... This game could have been so much better, but they cut all of the corners. They made a really fun battle system, and then that was it. Natsu has been invited to Smash. I swear to God, if they don't show the scene between him and Juvia... Oh, thank God.
ジュビア、お前つけてきたのかよ。
ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。ジュビア、どうしても言っておかなきゃならないことがあって。
What was the point of that fade to black?
お父様を操っていたネクロマンサーを倒してしまったのはジュビアなんです。
お前が？
ジュビアはもうグレイ様を愛してはダメなんだと思ったんです。ジュビアはお父様を殺したんです。
お前が？ありがとう。ごめん。ごめんな。
グレイ様。
Why'd they have him, like, plow into her breast like that? That is not what happens in the show. It ruins the entire fucking thing. That's where real men cry.
嫌な記憶を思い出してしまった。今頃震えが裏切られ騙され醜態を晒した。それでも私は人を信じていけるのだろうか。
お前なら大丈夫だ。大丈夫。お前は人の強さも弱さもよく知っている。前へ、光の道をただただ前へ。
How can she hear his voice clearly with the running water? He's not even facing her. He's not talking particularly loudly.
だがその道はいずれ交わることもあるかもしれない。その時は俺たちを消し去るくらいの輝きでいてほしい。進め、エルサ。
震えが止まった。
人の気配がする。さてはナッツとハッピーね。まだ私の部屋に勝手に。あれ、手紙？うわ、何この汚い字。
ハッピーと一緒に修行の旅に出る。1年くらいしたら戻るから、みんなによろしく伝えといてくれ。じゃあな、ルーシー。ナッツ&ハッピー。
何よこれ。
That's such a dick move. For many reasons.
勝手に旅に出るとか何考えてるの？そんなことしたらね、そんなことしたら寂しいじゃない、バカ。
ガキどもは自らの道を選び歩いていく。これが一つの時代の終わりじゃ。フェアリーテイルを解散させる。羽ばたけ、ガキども。
Complain about the plot here, the actual plot with the anime. This is a stupid move, and I'll never understand why he thought logically this was the correct choice. There's a reason, he has a reason behind it, but the action itself doesn't actually do anything to prevent that circumstance from happening. It does nothing. And so, just such a stupid decision on his part. No, that was her letter that he left for her.
僕を超えてみるんだ、夏。いや、エーテリアス、夏、ドラグニオ。
Why'd you he said Ethereus Natsu Dragneel, not END. Okay, since the fucking subtitle fucked it up, the whole reveal is that Natsu's really END. Ethereus Natsu Dragneel. So apparently this is the end of, like, the main story, but then there's an epilogue that goes into the next arc, which I don't know why they then decided to just have a title here. There's the whole Avatar arc. You can still do that after this. I guess technically, but again, you could just go on to the next arc. So did I really beat it? This seems like a really arbitrary stopping point. It's not. It's not. Because there's going to be another time jump. Only a year this time. But it seems like you could have went a different direction than credits. And you look great plus in Knuckles. Remix 1.8 Turbo Edition. One good thing about this game is apparently it does have like a lot of end game stuff to do after you've beaten it, which is nice. So I guess that's why they set it up this way, so that the end game feels a little removed from the rest of the story, since you really only have one other arc you get to play. But then you can do all this like challenge stuff, and you kind of need the guild back together in order for that to happen, otherwise it feels strange. I guess that makes sense. Still, just make it the end game instead of like an epilogue. Boom! Animal abuse. Not only is Urza, like, to me, one of the most compelling characters in the entire series, I think she's also, like, easily one of the funniest fucking characters. I cannot get Urza hate. Like, I'm trying. I'm really trying to see it from the perspective of somebody that dislikes Urza, and I don't get it. So yeah, again, really fun. The battle system's really fun. And at times it looks really good, and at times it kind of looks shoddy. You can get kind of some mix there. Some of the moves are beautiful. But again, that's mostly when we're talking about the battle system. Ah! But I'll probably do the Avatar arc. No! Stop! We'll just stop there. Okay, I don't want to get into the next thing. That's a good place to end it for the night. There we go. So I might just go ahead and play the epilogue tomorrow. I'm not sure. I'll just wait for that. I guess what would make sense, I am hoping that they release they develop the Alvarez Empire arc, because that's the last arc of the anime. It's Avatar, then Alvarez Empire. So really they're only missing the very last arc. And it would be really cool for them to do that. And if they do that, it would actually make sense to stop now and then do Avatar and Alvarez Empire together after the brief time skip. Like, that just makes more sense from a scheduling perspective, because otherwise you're kind of stopping at Avatar, but then you're supposed to start Alvarez right away, but we don't have it, so we can't start it right away. Yeah, it just seems weird. No, it actually does that. There's a sequel anime, but it's considered separate. Like the main story, as it were, with the primary antagonists that are around for the entirety of the main story is completed. In the new one, they go on what's called a 100-year quest, which by its name implies that it would take 100 years to complete. Obviously, it won't, because they would die before that happened, but it's just supposed to emphasize how difficult and how long the quest could be. Guildarts did one, and he came back. He was gone like 7 years or something like that before he came back. They do live long, but not like Makarov is. Makarov was born before Mavis got encapsulated. So Makarov has to be around 100 years old. I'm sure the wizardry gives them some higher constitution, which allows them to live longer. Warred's still alive. Warred was like 30 when they made Fairy. So Warred's like 140 or something like that, 130. But he's old. He's like considered old as balls. So like maybe we're looking at like 150, I guess. In which case they could complete 100-year quests. I mean, it's impressive. This Fairy Tail is not the greatest manga or anime ever made, but to me, it is like when you go see a movie and you turn your brain off and you're like, is this entertaining? Yes, very much so. Was it fun? Yes, very much so. So to be able to be that efficient and continually pump out all this stuff, and not necessarily that it's a critical success, but that it's still entertaining, I think that's impressive. Because I would assume if I tried doing that, all of my content would be garbage. That's true, Mike. Everybody's in their prime when they're like 15. I mean, look at Phoenix Wright after the time jump. I bet everybody sees him as old as balls at this point. But yeah, so I plan on streaming tomorrow. I just don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I actually don't think it makes sense to continue on with the Avatar arc yet. It may make more sense to simply wait and see if they release Alvarez Empire. If they don't, then I could always just do the Avatar arc later, but that would make way more sense to put like back to back. But yeah, other than that, I don't know what to do. I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Wednesday is gonna be Genshin because the new update's being released, and I'll probably play Eula's story. I still haven't done that on stream. Thursday is the release of Intergrade, so I'll be playing that Thursday. Can't stream Friday though because we have Pathfinder. It's gonna be our first Pathfinder in like a year and a half. Pathfinder session. And then Saturday's member member night. So that's what the rest of the week's looking at. Of course, KY is going to play Mass Effect on Thursday too. So Thursday will be a double feature, and then Friday won't have anything. I mean, maybe it is. I mean, of course, people call Fairy Tail a One Piece ripoff, which, like, yeah, they have similar art styles. And yes, Guild Arts is a complete just fucking ripoff of that one dude from One Piece. They're like the same damn character. But other than that, like, just because they're the same art style, and I actually think Fairy Tail's animation is better overall. I think One Piece's looks really shoddy at times. Which, to be fair, when you are making that many episodes, that's bound to happen. It happened with Dragon Ball 2. Dragon Ball has put out some really shoddy animation at times. So that's not, like, unexpected at all. But I don't, like, the stories are entirely different. I don't feel like the characters are really all the same. Yeah. Well, right. And it's the same author. So you can't really call it a ripoff when it's the same person, because they're just borrowing ideas they had from something else and integrated it into something different and, like, made it different with those base ideas. Yeah, I don't think it can be called a ripoff if it's the same author. You can't rip yourself off. Oh, they have a drunk who takes it. Well, okay, but I guess that's the difference. Gray doesn't take his clothes off because he gets drunk. We know he takes his clothes off because he trained with very little clothing on, and so it became a habit to like take off all of his clothes, and he's never been able to shake that habit. He doesn't even realize that he's doing it. Like, Gray, where are your clothes? And we're like, oh shit. That's the same, isn't Inuyasha and Ranma the same author? I mean, I think Inuyasha's design is just a male version of Ryoko from Tenchi. It's unfortunate though. Inuyasha's far inferior to Ranma. They're not really, they can't really be compared. They're very different types of shows. I don't like Inuyasha though. Xenogear's ripped off by Xenoblade. Oh man! Don't even get me started on Xenosaga. Whew. Whew. I don't find him to be particularly compelling either. Like, the story drags you in because it's interesting enough. What's-her-face gets pulled in and, you know, like, it's a different world for her, and I forget what they call that type of anime. But it's enough to get you to start watching. The problem is that nothing gets good ever, so I stopped watching it, and I'm like, this was not a good show. I don't find it particularly well animated. And again, whenever I see Inuyasha, I see Ryoko, because I think that's exactly what his... They took Ryoko, they gave her cat ears, or dog ears, and lengthened her hair, reduced her breast, and gave her a penis. That's Inuyasha. Isekai. Yeah. I should probably learn those because people refer to those all the time, and sometimes I can figure it out. I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Other times though, I just get lost because I have no idea. Like, I'm not well versed in the genres within anime. It's not her world. I guess it depends on what you think by think it's world, right? If you're taken literally out of your own time period and put into a different, even though it's the same place, is it really your world still? I mean, kinda, but everything is different. Everything is different. Except for you still breathe oxygen, need to drink water, and food to survive. But in terms of culture, the people, like, that's all different. I don't know. I could buy the argument that it's not, but I think it would be. I don't see world as rigid, like it literally cannot be planet Earth sort of thing. But that's just how I see it. Anyways, thank you for weaving out with me. This game... What the... Did the name not pop up on that? Was it... Am I the only one who saw that? Or did it just say... There was like blank, just subscribed? Anyways, thank you to Jay for the subscription. Oh, maybe that's why it seemed like it was blank, because it was just one letter. That could be. I could just be an idiot. But yeah, the game isn't amazing, but the battle system is really fun and cool, so it keeps me wanting to play it. And we still will probably get through Avatar and Alvarez if they release Alvarez, which I'm not sure if they have any plans on doing that. Hopefully, because it would be weird to just leave one arc undone, and then that would be the end. Well, no, and I'm not trying to argue with you, just trying to look at how either side would view it. It's a fun little game where I debate myself. I do like every other second of every day. It's exhausting mentally, but that's what happens. All right, I will be back tomorrow with something. Thank you everybody for watching, and likes. Yeah. See you guys next time.
Wow, my eyes.
This is new.
This is new.
Real.
All right, go ahead, Carmello.
Real.
Red leather. Wheel.
Oh, hold on.
Thick rope. Shit. I'm trying to. There we go. Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather. Stitch. Anyways, a rotating wheel, turning an axle, grinding, bolthead.
I can't read this.
Yeah. Linear gearbox, falling sky, 7 holy stakes, a docked ship, a portal to another world, a thin rope tied to a thick rope. A torn harness. Throwing off my groove here, Yuri. A thick harness, parabolic gearbox.
She's lost it.
Expanding universe, time controlled by slipping cogwheels.